Sarah?
I thought I beat Phil.
Nope.
I left him. Hey, Yami and Ro, and you and Joshua.
What's going on, guys?
Morning, everybody.
I didn't hear you, Yami.
No, I just said Shabbat Shalom to all.
Mishpacha.
Mishpacha.
Say it again.
Mishpacha.
Okay.
Mishpacha.
So, if you're speaking Spanish to someone, do you say shalom? What do you say?
Shalom.
No,
Shalom.
peace. Paz. Paz.
Paz.
P-A-Z. Paz.
I need a class from you, Phyllis.
For what?
Yami decided she's going to sing on YouTube.
And?
No, I did not.
Yes, you said I could share the videos on YouTube.
You can share. Yes, but it's not that I'm going to be
I don't
live
know.
or anything.
I don't know how I can put them on there.
Oh, if you send them to me by email, you want me to put them up on my channel?
That's fine. You could do that.
If you send me an email, you can
do like Frank.
Yes, but you see, it has to be under a minute.
But didn't you say that I have a channel already?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. No, you send me you go ahead and send it to me. But if Yummy has a channel, I'd like to see her put it up on her channel.
Well, it's not that I have a channel. What I told
it is a channel. It is a channel.
It is.
Anytime that it says you have a channel, I just got to figure out how to put it on there. But I'll figure it out.
No, because what I've been doing is just sharing some songs in Facebook. Because my Facebook, I don't have friends on my page, like friends, is public.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, maybe now and then when I sing a psalm or a verse or whatever, I can put it in there and share, So I'm not very savvy when it comes to stuff.
It is so easy. Someday we'll do FaceTime or we'll do a Zoom or something, and I'll just walk you through the steps.
Okay, I appreciate that.
It'll be so easy, and I'll enjoy spending the time with you.
All right.
Maybe I should do it. Maybe
live thing.
Maybe I should do a live program. Hey, that would work.
No, I'm not into the live thing. But we'll figure it out.
I'll do a FaceTime with you or something, and you can help us.
Josh probably knows how to do it.
I'm completely off all that stuff. I got rid of social media and all that stuff.
We're just trying to share the word. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
To get more people to.
Hey, William.
And Yami has the gift that she sings, so
Absolutely. Should be
It-
used for sure. But I'm terrible with that stuff. I don't know anything about it anymore, you know.
Raul, if I posted her songs on my channel, my ratings would go up through the roof. She is amazing. And it's not her. I know that's not her. It has to be Yahusha through her. It's the only way.
It is definitely Yahusha, no doubt. No doubt.
Are we on 6, guys? We're on chapter 6.
We are, where is John?
I think I have it marked.
You have it? Well, I should have it too. Here it is. One, two, three, four,
I
five.
think we are.
Yeah, in chapter 8, I think. Isn't it chapter 8?
Well, my marker is sitting between 5 and 6, and I've got notes on 5 where I was taking notes. So I don't know. Maybe we are on chapter 8, but I don't think so.
Chapter 6. We're on chapter 6.
Oh, chapter 6.
The voice of wisdom cut through.
That's right, chapter 6. Here it is. Is that I have highlighted so many things that I thought it was 7. But
Hopefully, we'll get through chapter 6 and 7 today. And we've been going one chapter at a time, but that's okay. The tortoise won the race, right? Didn't it?
Yeah, and 6 is long.
and it's being great to go that slow, and absorb every single thing.
Learn more when we go slow. Plus, we get to go on tangents. William's favorite thing. That's why he comes every week. He gone.
You scared him off?
Must have scared him off down that rabbit hole again. He jumped down that rabbit hole.
Hey, Mark, nice job last night, man. That was a good teaching.
All esteem to Yahusha, brother.
Yeah, I like how you go through several different several different books and point out the same things, the same patterns. So
Yeah, it's pretty wild how scriptures really backs itself up, and it's kind of amazing, really.
it's rare that you get someone to do that actually takes one takes one instance of something and can prove it over and over again throughout the entire book. It's just you don't see that in other places, so it brings a better understanding and it's good stuff. Thank you.
And Natsarim are here to help. We're all taught by Yahuwah. So praise and worship Yahuwah. All esteem to the Master.
Hey, Phyllis,
come out of that rabbit hole there, William.
What you want?
Go ahead, Josh.
oh no, I was just gonna say, is the board above your head for the cat to walk across?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They climb up these boxes and walk across that, and then it goes into a well, I can't really show here. Let me show you.
I thought you had something like that going on, because I could see like a little obstacle course going through your house.
Let Let me see if I can do this. Oh, there it is. No, I'm covering it up with my finger. There. See, the board goes into the opening in that box. And then right on top of the box is like a cat bed. And sometimes he gets up there, and when he snores, the sound bounces off the roof. And I can hear it all over the room. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, man, that's kitty cat heaven over there in your place.
Yeah, they've got they've got 3 places they can go outside. Thank you, baby. They've got 3 places they can go outside and be, safe from outside, getting away. In fact, they could leave, but we've got them convinced that they can't. So they just hang around. And one time Zippy was trying to catch a bird, and he jumped up and landed half and half over the fence. And he was just kind of stuck there and struggled and found himself on the other side before I could get around there. And then he just sat there like, Mom, what do? I don't know what to do. Of course, that's all changed now. If he wanted to get out, he could get out.
So what, you had to go around the fence and go get them and bring them back, or what?
Yeah, no, I just went out the gate. It's a gated area. Let me see if I can show you this. It's kind of hard to show you. I don't know what you're seeing. See, it's a fence, and they can't get over it. I can't seem to aim it at the right area. There. Is that? Now I'm gone. I left. Oh, well. It's just a patio. That's all I was trying to show you. Sorry about that. Whew. I'd like to erase all of that just happened. Sorry about that, folks.
It seemed like we had a visitor from StreamYard on last night and was monitoring the live stream, and he said he had discovered a few issues that he thought he could correct. So maybe they'll get that done here in the next few days or something. Hopefully. Can't hear you, Phyllis.
I said, oh, good. And I thought you were talking about someone that joined us last night, and that person actually contacted me and said he was glad that he found us. His Tiago, Tiago. He was in the chat last night. I noticed him commenting.
Yeah, he's on today too. He's on right now, Tiago.
Come on in.
Yeah, we had a few new people on last night. Phil had brought a guest on last night as well, and she had been blessed greatly by watching us study last night. So I believe she left a comment below on last night's study. And it looks like we have a few new people on today too. So, all right, we're at 26 people now. So I usually like to get started about the time we hit 25 viewers. And like I said, that's not counting everybody. So.
Yeah, that's only the people that comment, right?
Yeah. And so we can have, 50 to 100 people watching incognito. That it doesn't even let us know that they're on here. The reason I know that, because I have about a half a dozen people that come on and watch us every week, but never come in the chat room. And I know they're on there watching us, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, That's really good. What's important is Yahuwah increases. So the kingdom increases. I noticed Tad was on last night and he's back on today. I wish he'd come into the chat room. Into the live stream.
I hope Tiago will join us on the live stream, because maybe he'll have some questions that would be good for everybody to ask and hear the answer to.
Yeah. We got people dropping left and right here today. Having technical difficulties today. It's really foggy here. I don't know. I think it is raining in a lot of the United States right now, in the middle of the United States.
You're welcome, Sister Juanita. I actually Lou's the one that packs all the little extras, and Lou packs every order that goes out, and he always adds something extra in his orders.
Yeah, Lou's a good man. I like ordering just to get all the little extra things that Lou packs in there. Says, "What's he going to give me this time?"
He's like Cracker Jacks.
Yeah, like a Cracker Jack box.
Sister Kinsley, I asked you in an email, and I haven't checked to see if you answered me. I don't check my emails very much, but are you missing a book that you would like for us to send you?
Yes, I'm missing Reapers and the Tetragrammaton book.
Okay.
But I have a new address, so I'll send it in the private chat.
Oh, why don't you send it to my email? I'd rather you do that.
Okay.
Oh, Lou's pulling the books off the shelf now.
Thank you.
Just send me an email with your address.
Okay. And there was a few of the white cover books. I don't have any of the white cover books you guys have either.
We don't have any white cover books.
Oh, okay.
The ebooks. Are you talking about the ebooks?
That might be what they are. Yeah.
Okay. We don't. They're ebooks. We don't have.
Okay.
Rose says it's beautiful. Tell us about your weather, Rose.
It's baby blue skies, and it should go up into the 60. So that's nice. We woke up with like 35, but it should go up to the 60s. It's beautiful.
Well, I wish Sister Kate could join us.
What were those books?
The books were Tetragrammaton and the Reapers.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So, Phil, what are you thinking today? You beat me twice in a row.
I was going to say that, but
No.
doing a bunch of research, and then I saw, it's almost 11. So I got on there. Setting the marker, Phyllis. Phil and Phyllis, so,
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Well, it's supposed to be 53 here. So we're kind of beating Arizona a little bit.
Yeah, 57 here in Iowa. I sure do like this big Basora that I'm using here. So I suggest everybody here get one. Non-solicited. It's really great.
Get one what, Phil? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
The new hardback.
Oh.
Great.
That our new paperbacks are coming out soon, and they're going to look the same way.
Oh, are they?
Mm-hmm. So the hardbacks and the paperbacks are going to have the latest updates, which is not updates. There's nothing new. It's just corrections people have pointed out. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little. Then The soft cover is a little bit different page wise, and of course the large cover. So
Here's
What?
typo list.
Oh,
Yeah.
here's the typo list.
oh wow,
Wait a minute. It's not that big.
no, it isn't.
Yeah, it has to do with bold stuff.
No, you're not holding it. You're not holding it. So I'm letting him hold it because he's there. You go. Can everybody see that? You could probably.
Yeah, I can see it.
If that's all there is, you did pretty well.
Yeah, no kidding.
1 million words.
A million words.
Yeah.
The way
They were-
Phyllis was holding it, I thought it was a big old scroll. That's
Yeah.
why.
Looks huge.
Yeah, just go on forever. No, it's just where he and what was this chapter? The one that I like the most, that's most confusing, is Hebrews
11.
chapter 11. He highlighted the 11th verse before he got to chapter 11, or was it
Well,
11th
yeah,
verse? It's
the 11th
one or the other.
The 11th verse is big and bold, and then the beginning of chapter 11 is a real little number, and people think that the first 10 verses are missing. Hey. Mhm.
He's going to go hide upstairs in his computer room. I just wanted to let you all see his face for a minute.
Yeah.
What you got there?
Oh, just another stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's easy. So I have to put these in the front of each book.
Walking Dead tracks.
The one that had a picture of The Walking Dead on the front. I can't remember what it was called. There's something about zombies.
I'll find it.
Thank you. It's everyone's favorite.
The
Yes.
Walking Dead. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, someone wanted the last one I had. I was like, okay, here, you can have it.
We take Luke sends the articles to Staples and gets a stack of them printed. It's a lot cheaper than printing them off your own printer.
Here is like such a small town. We don't have a Staples. We don't even have an Office Max anymore. Yeah.
All we have is a Home Depot, a Walmart, and a post office. So
Yeah.
we moved into the middle of town where Kinsley wanted to go, so we finally, I did it. Finally, we got out of that little apartment.
Yeah, but we're right by the post office now, so things
I
get
know
here
I
a little
put the
quicker.
pamphlets for you somewhere right here.
I know, I'm just missing
Oh,
the Walking Dead one, baby,
I'm
and
sorry,
a few other ones.
So we're chapter 6.
Yep.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, okay. We might as well get started now. We have 28 people here watching, so I'm getting like real slow, and everything's moving slow for me. I don't know. Is that happening for everybody else? No, I'm going to leave and come right back then, and then we'll get started. That's still doing it. Is everybody moving slow? Everything looks normal for you guys?
You look normal, Mark.
Huh.
And that's hard
And
to say.
everything's moving real slow. I mean, it's crazy.
He didn't hear me.
Maybe that guy last night made it worse. All right, let's get started. We're on. Last time this happened, I rewatched it to see what it was going to look like on the recording, and everything was normal. Although we were dragging and going real slow, the recording came out normal. So I don't know what's up. Anyway, we're in John 6. Can we get a reader? We have 4 openings if anybody else wants to come in. I know everybody's having technical difficulties this morning, but we do have 4 openings.
I can read for a while. Maybe Phyllis can go halfway, at halfway point. What do you think, Phyllis?
I got your back, buddy.
This baby's long. All right.
Yeah, it's a long chapter.
John chapter 6, verse 1. After this, Yahusha went away to the other side of the Sea of Galilee, that is, Lake Kennereth, and a large multitude was following him, because they saw his signs which he did on those who were sick. And Yahuwah went up to the mountain, and where he sat down with his Taladim, and Passover was near, the festival of the Yahudim. Then Yahusha, lifting up his eyes, seeing a large multitude coming toward him, said to Philip, "Where shall we buy bread for them to eat?" And this he said, testing him, for he himself knew what he would do. Philip answered him, 200 pieces of silver worth of bread is not sufficient for them, for every one of them received a little.
Okay, hang on a minute.
Okay.
Why would Yahusha test Philip? What was that all about? So when it said he was testing him, what was he testing him about?
His faith.
And pretty much his belief, right?
Right.
Okay, and so Peter answering 200 pieces of silver with the bread is not sufficient for all of them. Did he pass the test or did he flunk the test?
I don't think he was thinking in the spirit. It's like normal things can test you, when you're doing your job day to day, and all of a sudden something comes up and it tests you in the moment and really, I guess, checks you into thinking, are you always in the spirit? Are you always trusting in Yahusha and Yahuwah? I don't know.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think everything Phil said applies. In addition to the fact, I think it was not a test, as he was trying to open his eyes, not testing his eyes, but opening his eyes to be aware things aren't as they seem.
Okay, so he, where shall we buy bread for them to eat? And this he said, testing him, for he himself knew what he would do.
I stand corrected.
I mean, what corrected in what way?
Well, if it says test, but I just took the word test as to wake him up, but I guess it was testing.
Does Yahuwah test us? Does he test his people? So what was the test here? It was definitely for belief purposes, but belief in what? That he could feed all these people with 200 pieces of silver? Was that go ahead, Raul.
That he was Yahuwah.
So he would believe that him being Yahuwah, he could do anything, so why worry about it? So did Philip pass the test or not?
No.
He flunked it, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it's because is it that little things we trifle about in day to day, so we lose our faith? because we get involved with us trying to solve the problem. And obviously we have to execute the instructions from Yahuwah, but I think it sharpens our ear, sharpens our faith. And I know I ask him sometime where my keys are or where something is. And I almost immediately find it, or help me put this piece that I can't even see. Real quick example, and it's my motorcycle. I mean, I had to take the tire off, and it's really hard to put back on. And it was only me, and I asked him to help me, and it went right on the first time. And I had to hold the brake caliper. And I didn't want to scratch the wheels, and I had to hold the axle, and I had to hold the tire up at the same time with my knee, and it went right in. And there was tons of people on the internet saying this is so difficult to do. You need two people. So that right there, when I ask him for that, I think it delights him because he helps me with everything. So I don't know.
You had two people and you didn't even know it.
Exactly. I mean, it went right in the first time. I was just like, I was worried about it, you know? And so I was worried like he was. Well, what are we going to do with all these people? We can't feed them. We only have $200 or 200 pieces of silver. And then so there it is. So you go to him, even with little things. And I've had people tell me, well, you don't want to trifle him with little things. You should handle that yourself. And I go, he's my father. I ask him for everything. My weakness is his glory. Because when I ask him, then it glorifies him. And so as these little tests come along, I do it more and more and more. And so I don't have to be tested with something big. Because if he can't get your attention, he's going to test you with something big. At least in my opinion. So if you constantly show him this glory at all times, no matter what, help me teach this lesson today. Help me tell me what to say on these vowels to reach all these children. And it just happens. And I have a skeleton written down lesson plan, but that's just a fallback. It just tells me what to say. So people sometimes ask me, how did you do that? And I go, I don't know. And I truly do know, but I mean, it's not, I can explain it in a layman's terms. You know what I mean? That happens a lot.
Okay. William, Shelley, if you guys can hear me, it's saying that you need to connect your mic or your cam or your mic before you can be connected in. So see, make sure you got your mic connected, whatever. That's what it's saying. Okay, go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to say that Philip seems to be in the flesh. You know, he's still thinking in fleshly terms. You know, and he hasn't learned the spiritual lesson yet. He flunked the spiritual test. You know, and everything that Yahusha was trying to show everyone. But he's thinking in fleshly terms and not the spiritual.
Even though he was shown fleshly manifestations of miracles, when done in reverse, he still funked the test. So it's like all of us think that if we could see him heal somebody's arm, like I've known this guy for 20 years and all of a sudden he touches his arms and it manifests itself perfectly. I still don't have enough faith. I still have to work out my faith with fear and trembling, because I think if I saw that, I'd believe completely. But the human nature in the flesh, it only lasts so long, and then it starts to wane, I think. Is that kind of what it might be, Mark?
William, it's saying that you have to, your mic is not connected. That's why you're having problems. That's what it's saying here on my end, that you need to connect your mic, William. Go ahead, Raul.
I have a question. Is there a special reason why he asked Philip and none of the other 12?
Well, he was talking directly to him, but we see here as we continue on that Andrew chimes in, and so does Kepha.
I was just wondering because Philip, when he followed him right away, so maybe there was a reason why he asked Philip.
Like he expected more from him than the others, maybe?
He had he followed him straight away. He said, you know.
Yeah, I don't know, Raul. I mean, that's speculation, but obviously he was there, and he lifted up his eyes and saw Philip and spoke to him, you know. So I guess if there was a purpose for him pointing him out, you know, it's not really telling us that. So it would be pure speculation on our part to consider, or you know, anything like that. But could be, just doesn't say. Go ahead, Kinsley.
We were tested yesterday. Both of our cars wouldn't start. And my husband was telling me, please pray to Yahuwah when he had to walk to the store, because he had a dream. He's been having a lot of bad nightmares lately. And like I heard about something called deja reveille last night. I guess it's when you have a dream and then it happens in real life. He had a dream that we were having to walk and not have cars for some reason, and he thought that was what it was, and he was all scared and freaking out over it. And then he's like, please pray while I go and try to get this and we helped each other out to get the thing we needed, to the jump pack, to get it started. And I guess it's a generator too, so that was another blessing. And it got the cars to start right away. So within a half hour, the whole problem was fixed. And we haven't had an issue since.
Today too, though. It's just weird.
Yeah, and it was cold today too, and they still started.
Yeah,
Crazy.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Both
definitely
cars have brand new batteries in them. Like they
Yeah.
ran the night before it was starting to get cold. It was like raining, ice, and snowing up here. But Kinsley went out and she took Bella with her to the store to do a couple things, and I stayed here with Roscoe. And then I went out with the other car, and then I had to go get some groceries or whatever, and we came back, parked them, woke up yesterday morning. And it was like, it was cold, but it wasn't as cold as the night before. And I go out, no car would start. There was no clicking, no nothing. I'm like, whoa, they just ran perfect the day before. I was like, this is crazy. I was like, I've been having really bad nightmares. I was like, and I came in, I was like, babe, this is all what these have been about. I was like, this is not, I was like, I'm scared. I was like, I don't like this. I was like, I've seen us with no dogs walking to go get groceries. I was like, I don't know what to do. We don't have any family. And she's like, calm down. I was like, I'm trying to, but they both ran yesterday. I was like, it makes no sense. I was like, these cars are top. They're top. Like they're top. There's nothing wrong with them. There's no issues. And it was just weird. I had to go get this jump pack that cost $200, and then just to get them going, we don't have family or anything, or even friends to even have come to jump us. And we decided to go get the jump pack, and I walked down the road, and I was like, this is kind of crazy, insane, And so I went to go get them, and it says to charge the pack for 36 hours. We didn't have 36 hours. I was like, okay. So I plugged it in. I breathed, I was breathing, took the dogs for a walk, and I come back and the pack is 100% charged, and it wasn't even 36 hours. It was like a couple hours. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna unplug it. I went to the Impala, hooked it up, started right up. I was like, okay, I was like, this is weird. I was like, the batteries are brand new. So I went to the BMW, put the pack on, started right up, and ever since then, haven't had an issue. Well, I haven't had any bad dreams since yesterday or something the night before, but I've been having a lot of nightmares about weird things happening. Like, I don't know, just really bad that just kind of make my skin crawl a little bit. But
yeah, and they feel so real. The other night he woke up crying.
Yeah,
it was horrible.
I thought it really had
he was like, did that really happen? Like, did people really come in here and just steal everything? And I said, no, nothing bad happened. You're in bed.
She'll calm me down. Kinsley won't tell me the truth. Like, she'll try to just make it if it did, because I was like, no, please tell me the truth. If it really happened, I need to know. And she said, no, it didn't happen. I was like, why am I having these dreams? Why am I having these? I don't
But I went to I have this new BIBLE emergency numbers, and yesterday while he was walking to get the battery, the jump pack, I found one on here. I sang all of Psalm 37, and it worked amazingly. And I prayed to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah answered. So it was amazing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's okay, babe.
No, that's awesome. We like to hear stuff like that. That's manifestation. Awesome.
Yeah.
You two have such joy in your voices. It's awesome. And Kinsley, keep him squared away because I know that it takes a team. So that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it took her 4 years to get me to move out of an apartment that I've been in for 9 years. And she was like, she's been begging me like
Yeah.
almost every day for 4 years to come here. And this is I mean, she's had this place for a while, but
Yeah.
paying for 2 apartments was getting very hectic, you know, and bill wise, it was really stressful. I mean, like, right now I'm not, I'm kind of unemployed. I'm still employed, but I haven't made my choice yet to go back to Burger King because they keep telling me they're going to give me Saturdays off. And then next thing you know, they'll give me the first Saturday off of the week because every week they do a new schedule on Saturdays, which is strange. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But the week goes from Monday to Sunday. And so anyway, I was working, you know, I stopped working for 2 weeks to try to make them understand that, you know, I can't work Saturdays. I can't work these specific days. I'm only going to work this day, and this day. I was like, because I put a lot of work into that place. Like, we had an inspection and we got a really good score, a 92 or 93 out of 100. Like, it goes to 100. And for Burger King, I mean, our Burger King here in Messina, that's actually pretty good because there's a lot of bad comments about Burger King. But since I've started there, I've worked there for over like 7 months, and I moved up to opening the store, doing breakfast, lunch, dinner. But they kind of like were using me. They're pushing me over the edge. Like, they're having me pull doubles. They're having me do work that you need 4 people instead of just 1 person, but I'd still do it. And my boss would say to me, like, Floyd, you can do a job that we need 4 people for and you're only 1 person. And I was like, okay, yeah, I get that, but you really need to, you know, get these people to start doing their work instead of just having me be all over the place. And it's getting very hectic.
And he told them that he needed to only work 3 days a week instead of working the whole entire week, and they were putting him in for the whole week still.
I did that because people at work were realizing that they really need that I'm a really good worker, and they're begging for me to come back. And so I went back. And that's the first time that happened. Now this is the second time it happened, and I'm kind of like in between, like going back or not. So I'm kind of taking like a long like a 3-4 week vacation. Really can't afford it, but I'm doing it to hopefully they'll see that they got to stop doing what they're doing to me, because I do everything they want without even arguing. I just say yes and I do it. No one there does dishes. There's 25 employees. No one will do the dishes. And you know how disgusting it is in a fast food? Plus, there's people that had COVID, and my boss, Mario, the general manager, was telling them to be quiet and don't tell people you have COVID and come to work.
And his boss had it too.
Yeah.
And came in and just
didn't
have any protection. Nothing.
Dealing with fast food, that is not something you should do. You should either shut down the place or or be testing people before they come in. But he decided just to be like, no, hush, hush, keep it quiet. So I was like, no, I'm not going in. I can't do that, you know. And then I got sick, but it was a
COVID. Horrible sickness. So.
I don't know what I had. I just didn't feel good at all. And since then, I just kind of was like, okay, I'm gonna give myself some time and think about this, because there's a lot of jobs that I could get out there because I have a culinary arts degree, but we don't have a lot of restaurants that deal with like how I make food. Like, I can do a menu for the week and specials for the day, and I just deal with making, like, putting burgers in a broiler and stuff that's already just slapped together and send out, you know. So
at first, the fish, the big fish, he was making it with tomato, and nobody complained. Yeah. But they're supposed to only have pickles and whatever else on it.
Yeah,
like tartar sauce
pickles and tartar sauce. But I thought tomatoes were better with it. So
that's how I was asking him for my big fish. Just I wanted tomato on it, and he's like, "That's funny because that's how I did it."
Well, we have fryers that have oil in them, and fryers have to be cleaned. When in a place like that, fast food, they need to be cleaned every other 2 days or at least 3 times a week. So when I went back, the first 2 weeks ago, I went back. The fryers looked so bad. The broiler hood was disgusting. There was at least 3 inches of grease on there. Like it was gross. Like everything was greasy. Everything you touched was slimy. And when I worked there, when I was working every day there, you couldn't even feel grease on anything. And I was doing dishes, plus I was doing the line, plus I was cleaning the fryers. So like he never had anybody scheduled because he'd had 3 other people scheduled, but he had me doing everything in the back, opening the store, breakfast, getting everything ready. It was just getting like really hectic. And now he's kind of like messaged me like, will you come back to work? There's a couple
he keeps
things
bugging him.
I'm
So,
not trying to.
but I keep telling him I don't want you to go back.
I don't get family leave either, and they take it out of my check.
And it's not right. His boss keeps everyone's family leave or their sick leave or whatever, and he does it. And his boss gets paid more for not giving his.
He gets bonuses.
He gets bonuses for not giving his
it makes it look like no one's
sick leave.
It looks like no one's sick and stuff, so he gets extra checks, and because he's a general manager, he's getting paid salary. He doesn't even have to go in, and he gets paid every week. But it's a little weird. Our Burger King, and I've looked at the news, and like so many Burger Kings downstate got shut down, like in Florida and stuff. I'm surprised up here they didn't shut ours down. But I don't know. I'm trying to either debate on finding a different job, but I have other little jobs I can do. We have a Kane Smith Enterprise cleaning business that I actually right now I'm in charge of trying to rent out a house, which is a little hard right now because I have to clean it, and then I have to put it up for rent, and then I have to show it to people. So I'm kind of in the middle of that.
He's not good with technology, so I'm gonna have to do the advertisements and stuff. But
I'm like still employed at Burger King. I'm just trying to have them see that they need to. Everybody else that works there needs to step up and be a team. There's not.
And
a lot
when
of
you started
teamwork.
working there again, we both got sick for 2 weeks, so it was not good.
It wasn't COVID. I don't know what it was. It was horrible. I never get sick. Sorry, I didn't.
It's okay, babe.
Let's get back into the study here. We got a lot of people here wanting to study John, so we can talk afterwards all you want. You can stay on here for 20 hours and talk if you want to. But right now, let's get back on course.
All right,
So,
sorry.
The question was, why did he test Philip? And here, obviously, we can see that the test was whether or not Philip was able to understand spiritual matters. And then it was also a way that he was seeing if Philip trusted him and able to supply the needs of him and the rest of the people that was there. So this was a test of trust, a test of belief, and Philip obviously remained in the mind of the flesh and failed. Okay, so that's where we're at. Phil, let's go ahead and continue on then with 8.
Okay. Chapter 6, verse 8. One of his Taladim, Andre, the brother of Simon Kepha, said to him, "Here is a boy who has 5 barley loaves and 2 fishes. But what are these for so many?" And Yahuwah said, "Make the people sit down." Now there was much grass in the place, and the men, numbering about 5,000, sat down. And Yahusha took the loaves, having given thanks, he distributed them to the pupils, and the pupils to those sitting down. Excuse me. And same with the fish, as much as they wished. And when they were filled, he said to his Taladim, "Gather the broken pieces that are left over, so that none gets wasted." So they gathered them up and filled 12 baskets with broken pieces of 5 barley loaves, which were left over by those who had eaten. Then the men, having seen the sign that Yahuwah did, said, "This is truly the prophet who is coming to the world."
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
All right. So here they drop Andrew butted in, and they kind of, I'm hearing like a windy sound or something. It's like the sound of wind blowing or something. There you go. So Philip and failed his test about the money, 200 pieces of silver. And then Andrew chimed in and said, here's a boy with 5 loaves and 2 fishes. And so Yahusha, picking up on this trust or belief from Andrew, okay, switched from the 200 pieces of silver over to the physical 5 loaves and 2 fishes. You see that? Because he knew there was more belief in what Andrew said than what Philip said. So he was going to work with that. So could Yahusha have worked with those 200 pieces of silver, just as he did the 5 loaves and the 2 fish? Could he have? Absolutely could have. So he could have made a miracle with the silver just as well as he did the loaves and the fish, but because of Philip's lesser lack of belief than Andrew's, he dropped Philip and went straight to Andrew because he had more belief. You seeing that? Most people don't catch that. That's what happened here. So Andrew trusted and believed that Yahusha could supply the needs of these 5,000, and he knew, he didn't know what he would do, but he knew he could do something with anything. And that's why he pointed out the 5 loaves and the 2 fish. Whereas Philip didn't understand or believe that Yahusha could do anything with anything, everything with anything, or anything he wanted with the 200 pieces of silver. He thought Yahusha they were restricted and didn't have enough money to buy for all the people. Everybody seeing that? Go ahead, Phil.
But he still has a little less belief because he says, but what are these for so many? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was lacking belief, right?
A little bit. I mean, he had more than Philip, but it was still, you know what I mean? So then that is why he went over and above, because he could have, of course, prepared the exact amount, but he went and filled 12 baskets more.
Well, what I'm saying is, if Philip would have passed the test, if Philip would have said, if he would have said, answered his question when he said, where shall we buy bread for them to eat? Testing him. If Philip would have said, Master, you know, or Master, you can do all things, then he wouldn't have, then this part about Andrew would have never came into pass. Yahusha would have went with that belief. But since Philip didn't, and he didn't believe that they had enough money to feed these, nor did he even believe or consider that Yahusha was there and could do anything, he failed that test. And then when Andrew chimed in, he said, here we got somebody with a little bit of belief here now, and he acted on it. Is that more clear? Go ahead, Joshua. Go ahead, Joshua.
Well, I was just going to ask, I mean, I have a lot of questions about this, but the main thing is in what way did this barley and fish fill up the baskets? And I know it's not really explained here, but have you heard of any ways that could happen? I mean, did they just appear in these baskets, or did he take the loaf and? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how these baskets were filled. I mean, did they just snap into existence, or? Yeah,
snapped into existence. Continual supply. So he continuously supplied it, and it never ran out until they quit taking out of it. Okay. Now we'll get into that a little bit deeper here in just in a second. But go ahead, Phil.
This is a great lesson for us in this thing we talked about before, that we still have these doubts, when your rent's due or whatever it might be, and you had other bills, something come up, the car broke down, whatever it is. And you're like going, good grief, where am I going to find this money for this? And then right away, I hate that when I do stuff like that. I don't do it very much, but when I do, it comes out of nowhere. And I'm like, why am I talking like this? He is liable to let me sit and get my wish. I wasn't wishing for that, but you know what I mean? Let me really struggle to prove to me and then come to the rescue. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And so if we say we don't have enough gas money to go to work or something, and so we sit there and fret about it and we try to figure it out ourselves. And then, of course, then Yahuwah's going to sit back and let us do that. But if we would say, it's your will be done. If you want me to go to work, supply me some gas money, make it happen. If you do not want me to go to work, I understand that to be your will as well. Because if you do go to work and you dig up some change on your own or whatever, and it was his will that you didn't go to work, that's why you didn't have gas money, and then you get down the road and get in a car accident and get killed or crippled, then you should have just stayed home and trusted in Yahuwah. Thank you for me not having gas money to go to work. I'll just stay home today, Yahuwah. I know there's some reason for this because everything you do is for my good. And so we learn to trust Yahuwah in all situations and understand that he knows everything. And so we don't doubt him. Yeah, exactly, Phil. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, it's just like maybe you'll get halfway there and have to call AAA. And when that AAA guy shows up, somehow his name comes to fruition. I've had it happen, not with AAA, but you talked. My wife had some issues, so she went in with the doctor, and they started talking about Yahuwah. He goes, I want to see some of this stuff. So I came home, and I got all of Lou's books that I had for extras, and we gave them to him. Now, I haven't heard a word from him since, but it could have been because he said she really didn't have anything wrong with her. But I said, well, maybe you were supposed to go there to witness to him. That's what this was about. It wasn't about you getting sick, because afterwards she felt better. It could have been placebo, when you go see somebody about something. But the point is this guy was open to listening. And who knows? And he never back up with us, but it's just interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Yahuwah works in mysterious ways. So best for us just to trust in his ability to do anything. And so that's a good point as well on the other side of the coin. So if we say, you know what, I'm going to try it, I got to get to work, and you try it, and then you run out of gas halfway there. And then because of that happening, that event, then you meet somebody and you plant a seed and they convert and you just gain fruit. Then it was Yahuwah's will for that to happen as well. And it came out for the good. And so that's the lesson here that we need to learn. And the other thing is that we need to see here is that Yahuwah does favor belief. Okay, so he doesn't show favor between people. He loves all his creation equally, but he will show favor with belief. The more belief you have, the more favor he shows you. And he will favor belief. Okay. Now he does judge between sheep and sheep. He will favor his sons, his chosen. So don't make a mistake about that. He will do that. William, could you kindly elaborate on what you put up here? Seen only, limited resources available in the temporal view.
Yeah, you kind of touched on something there where you mentioned that the more faith we have, the more Yahuwah does for us. And I think that's kind of a combination of what I was mentioning there when I said seeing only from our perspective in the human realm, we can only see that we have limited resources and we can't see a little farther down the road. So having more faith comes from knowledge, comes from reading the word and becoming more well equipped. And I think what it does is it gives us an opportunity to see how he's actually working in our life with clearer eyes. It gives us a much better perspective of how to be able to recognize the things that he's actually doing in our life that normally we wouldn't be able to see when we're veiled, or when we're trying to come out of the fog. And these are, I think, things that just come to us as time goes on. Like if you look at the witness of the apostles and hear all the things that they witnessed Yahushua doing through his entire walk, still, even after his resurrection, were still kind of questioning with doubt. Some of them were, so what we think and what we have being put into our mind, whether it's coming from the word of Yahuwah or if it's coming from the word and the deception of Hasatan, those are things that we need to spend a lot of time trying to analyze and recognize and being able to see the differences from one to the other. Yahushua blesses us with these amazing gifts in the temporal realm that come from the spiritual realm, and sometimes it's hard for us to wrap our mind around when we're looking at stuff because we're just looking at it from the human experience, and that's a big stumbling block for us. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Anybody got any questions to William about what he just said? Okay. All right. So here then, obviously, Yahusha is showing favor to Andrew because of his higher level of belief than Philip. So he kind of dropped Philip like a hot potato here and migrated towards Andrew's belief. Everybody see that? There's scripture that says that Yahusha visited his hometown and he didn't do any miracles there because of lack of belief. He only healed a few people. And so the uninformed teachers like to suggest that Yahusha could not do any miracles at all because people didn't believe. Okay. It's not that he can't do it. Okay. He can do whatever he wants to do. He's not restricted by our belief. Okay. So he can overcome our belief and do whatever he wants to. But he chooses not to show favor due to the lack of belief. That's why. It's his choice. It's not that he can't. It's that he chooses not to favor lack of belief. So make sure we got that right in our minds too. Okay, we can't limit him and say he can't do something because of our actions. That's silliness. He can do whatever he wants. All right. Any questions up to this point? Let's continue on then, Phil.
Chapter 6, verse 15. Then Yahusha, knowing...
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I forgot we read that far. Let me stop you here just again. So it goes down to say, okay, there's 5,000 men, not counting women and children. It says that in another place, but we won't worry about that. There's 5,000 men here. And so he took these loaves and given thanks, he distributed them to the pupils, and the pupils to those sitting down, and the same with the fish, and much as they wished. So the loaves just kept coming out. It was a continuous supply. Okay. And when they were filled, all the people were filled, he said to his pupils, gather the broken pieces that are left over so that none gets wasted. So then they gathered them and filled the 12 baskets with broken pieces of the 5 barley loaves, which were left over by those who had eaten. Okay, so first of all, why do you think he gathered these pieces? Why did he bother to gather up all the broken pieces that were left over so nothing gets wasted? Raul?
I don't know if I'm right, but what I gather from that, he was kind of teaching the 12, like, never let anybody go. Gather them. Don't lose anyone when they're out teaching, to make sure that they always gather everyone and not let anybody go.
I like that. Very good. Phyllis, go ahead.
I like Brother Raul's answer better, but my answer was that this was a special creation that he made to feed these people. It's not something that you see growing out of the ground. This is a special thing Yahusha made. It's not to be wasted. We don't waste the good gifts that Yahusha gives us.
What do you think he did with the pieces then, Literally. What did he do with them after he collected them? Doesn't really say, huh?
Maybe give them to other people that hadn't eaten.
Go ahead, Joshua.
So with these numbers, 5 barley loaves, 2 fishes, 12 baskets. I mean, would the 12 baskets represent the 12 tribes for some reason? I mean, is there a deeper symbolic meaning with the numbers associated with what's being said here?
Yes, there is. Okay, so to answer your question, Joshua, out of the 5,000 plus people that he fed, okay, the bread of life to, only 12 of the broken pieces, the broken people, the sick, okay, were healed. 12 out of the 5,000 were delivered and accepted his teachings, okay? And so the broken pieces were gathered together out of the 12 tribes. There was 5 baskets with broken pieces of the 5 barley loaves. And so out of the 12 tribes, there was only 5 that were delivered, okay, or healed out of the 5,000. It's a very small remnant. Many are called, but only a few are chosen. So out of this particular multitude, which he fed them the bread of life, only 5 were delivered. That's what these figures mean. Go ahead, Raul.
I just wanted to mention something. When I was a kid, in my family, it was not looked upon to throw bread away. You would always eat it or feed it to your animals, but you would never throw it in a trash can.
Also, maybe, does it have anything to do with the grain offering? The minka in the Leviticus?
No, this is all part of the new covenant, the renewed covenant. Yahusha is the bread of life.
The minka was.
Go ahead, Philip.
The minka was taken out before you baked it.
It came to me that keeping those were like, maybe they didn't reach him right away. He didn't save right away, but there were some that at a later teaching you could still save them, or they could still get the word. It was, don't throw any of them away. Always keep trying to have them learn the word.
Yeah, I thought like maybe it was like related to the lost. You were just talking about this last night, Mark, where you're talking about the lost sheep or the broken pieces, the lost sheep. Maybe that's a reach, but
Okay, so look, the meaning behind this is hidden. Nobody understands it. They didn't understand it. They didn't know what he was talking about, or why he even told them to gather the broken pieces so none of them goes waste. Yeah, that's what Raul was saying, is the lost sheep. Don't even lose one of the sheep. Get them all. And bring them to me. These are the 5 from the 12 tribes that have been delivered today out of this huge multitude. He was feeding them the bread of life. Okay, they were hungry for literal bread. And so that's what they got. They got their bellies full, and they're still going to be thrown into the lake of fire because that's not going to sustain them or deliver them. But the bread of life will. Okay, go to Mark chapter 6, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Go to Mark chapter 6, verse 52. Mark chapter 6, verse 52. It says, "For they did not understand about the loaves because their heart was hardened." You see that? They still didn't understand. This is another, it's just a repeat of what we just read, but a little bit deeper here. There's actually several places. We're going to get deeper into this here as we read on here just a little bit. But I just wanted you to see that right there. For they did not understand about the loaves because their heart was hardened. They didn't get it where he was coming from. Remember, he tested Philip. Philip flunked. He didn't understand the spiritual insight. Andrew had enough belief to at least he was starting to see into the spiritual realm. Okay. And so all these things that Yahusha did literally were really spiritual. And 5 were delivered that day from eating the bread of life, accepted his words, which leads to everlasting life. This bread, you eat this bread and you'll never die. Just like the woman at the well, when he told her, if you drink this water, the living water I have, you'll never thirst again. Same thing. This time it's in the form of food. But they didn't get it. Because why? Their hearts were hardened. They had hard hearts. Your heart has to be soft, man, in order to receive spiritual insight. If you have a hard heart, you're not going to understand. Look, his Talmudim didn't understand, and they were sitting right next to him. Go ahead, Shelley.
Shalom.
Shalom.
So this kind of goes, thank you. So this kind of goes with what you're saying, Mark, and what had been said already. It's just a thought that just came to me now. And by the way, we can't see you. I don't know if you know that. Gather the broken pieces that are left over so that none gets wasted. It's like, makes me think maybe the ones that didn't get it right then and there, but their spirit got broken a bit. They got convicted a bit. And, they didn't know what to do with it. So gather them up and continue to teach them so they don't get wasted.
That could be. And then we have to ignore the numerical prophecy here, though, if we do that. But we're going to see more as we read on here, Shelley. That's going to come right back at us. We're just going to bring that back into light. You'll see here in just a second. If I remember, I'll point it out as we continue to read. Sometimes it's hard when we do what we do. We stop and diagnose it and elaborate on little passages that will rightfully be answered if we just kept reading. But and so in that way, it's kind of negative. But in the way that we get to see this word by word, verse by verse, and diagnose it, I think opens up our eyes a lot more by doing it that way. We learn a lot more. So then once we get to where the answers are, we can piece it all together and see the big picture then. But that's coming. You'll see it. It'll come back at us. Very observant, though. The reason I got my camera off, because on my end, I'm moving in slow motion. Really super slow. I don't know what y'all are seeing. But on this end, everybody's moving really super slow. I don't know why that's happening. You guys doing all right? Is yours moving normally? You seeing normal? See, mine's not. Mine, everybody's moving real slow.
Mark, watch. That's slow.
Real slow.
Really? Wow.
Very slow. It's crazy. Like right now, William still has his hand on his mouth. Now he just put it down. So how slow was that? Pretty good delay.
$1,200 frames per second. That's what that is.
Yeah. I don't know why it's doing that. Check out the speed. I don't know what the speed. What do you mean by speed? Oh. Okay. Let's so what I'm saying is here, Yahusha is performing and speaking in the spirit. They're not getting it. They don't understand not because they're dummies, but because their hearts are hardened. See that? That's huge, man. I don't understand that. And this is talking about his Talmudim. Their hearts were hardened. That's why they didn't understand about the loaves. Okay. Let's go ahead now and continue on there, Phil.
Chapter 6, verse 15. Then Yahusha, knowing that they were about to come and seize him, that they might make him sovereign, withdrew again to the mountain alone by himself. And when the evening came, his pupils went down to the sea, and entering into a boat, they were going over the sea toward Kepher. Now come. And it had already become dark, and Yahusha had not yet come to them. And the sea was rising because of a great wind was blowing. When they had rowed about 5 or 6 kilometers, they saw Yahusha walking on the sea, coming near the boat, and they were frightened. And he said to them, "It is I, do not be frightened." They wished thereafter to take him into the boat, and at once the boat was at the land where they were going. On the next Yom, the multitude that was standing on the other side of the sea saw that there was no other boat there except the one into which his pupils had entered, and that Yahusha had not entered the boat with his pupils, but his pupils went away alone. 23. But other boats came from Kennereth, near the place where they had ate bread after the master had given thanks. Therefore, when the multitude saw Yahusha was not there, nor his pupils, they themselves also entered into the boats and came to Kepher Nachum, seeking Yahusha. And having found him on the other side of the sea, they asked him, "Rabbi, when did you come here?" Yahusha answered them and said, "Truly, truly, I say to you, you seek me not because you saw signs, but because you ate of the loaves and were satisfied. Do not labor for the food that is perishing, but for the food that is remaining to everlasting life, which is the Son of Adam shall give you. For the Father Elohim has set his seal on him."
Okay, hang on a minute, Phil. Okay, so here we go. So these people are now, the next day, they're looking all over the place for Yahusha. They didn't see him get in the boat with the Talmud. And by the way, once he walked up to the boat, all of a sudden the boat was on the land and they were out in the middle. And so he must have translated it quickly to the shore. But here are these people that ate the loaves and the fish are out searching for him. They go to where he was, where he fed them the first time, and they're searching for him. And they finally jump in boats and go over there and they find him and say, "How'd you get over here? You know, we didn't see you leave in the boat. There was no boats for him to even leave in." And so he answered them and said, "Truly, truly, I say to you, you seek me not because you saw signs, but because you ate of the loaves and were satisfied." And so what were they doing? They were out looking for another meal. I said, "Come on, man, let's go find him. I'm hungry. Let's go find him so he'll feed us again." And what were they searching for? Not the bread of life, right? But temporary bread. They'll give them a temporary fulfilling, fill their bellies. So they were more worried about their physical bellies than they were their deliverance, their healing. You see that? So these people, outside of the ones that were delivered, the remnant, were not delivered because obviously they didn't receive the spiritual insight or the Yahushua's message of eternal life. They were still searching him out for food in their bellies. Go ahead, William.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mark. When you go back and look at verse 15, where it says that they might make him king, and they that were about to come and seize him, that they might make him king. And so once again, when they get to the other side, he makes that point. You guys are only seeing with the temporal realm view. You're only concerned about one thing. What you think I can give you is a king within the temporal realm to satisfy your temporary pleasure, momentary. You're not looking at the bigger picture. They didn't have that view, that perspective in view yet. Thanks.
Yeah, that's correct. And so then it says, do not labor for the food that is perishing, but for the food that is remaining to everlasting life, which the Son of Adam shall give you, for the Father, Elohim, has sent his seal on him. And in other words, he's got all authority and power to give you, to raise you from the dead, to give you everlasting life. Okay. All you have to do is eat the bread of life, which is his body, which is him, which is his message, the Besorah, the words of truth. Okay. So here we're seeing a little bit of transgression, I guess, toward, or transition, I should say, from living waters to solid food. Okay. So the solid food then would be what? What's the solid food? The bread of life. He wants to feed them, to give them everlasting life. What is it?
The Ruach.
Nope. The living waters is the Ruach. Out of their belly shall flow rivers of living waters.
The word?
Is, what do you mean by that?
The truth, the Ten Commandments, the Torah.
There you go. All right. So the food that is, but for the food that is remaining to everlasting life is the word of truth, Yahuwah's words. So these people then, this 5,000 people, this multitude, this throng, was filling up their bellies with temporal food, and they were satisfied with that. It's all they were seeking. And then they even went seeking more later on. They weren't seeking the words of life. They were seeking food for their bellies. And that's why when they ate, it didn't do anything for them. But when they gathered the broken pieces of the barley loaf, the ones that ate the bread of life were gathered and healed, and were feeding on the food which gives them everlasting life, the bread of life. You see it? It was only a remnant doing that. And so it says, you seek me not because you saw signs, but because you ate the loaves and were satisfied. So they weren't seeking out the truth of that Yahushua was giving them. And so then he tells them, do not labor for the food that is perishing, but for the food that is remaining to everlasting life, which was his words of truth, which the Son of Adam shall give you. For the Father Elohim has sent his seal on him. Okay. Any questions with this? Go ahead, Raul.
Most of the Yahudim back then were looking for a king to get rid of the Romans. They weren't looking for a spiritual king, I don't think.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's why they were trying to find him and make him their sovereign, right? And he didn't want nothing to do with that, because that isn't why he came. He didn't came to esteem himself. He came to die. Go ahead, Joshua.
I just wanted to, his death at the stake, or at the pole, or whatever you want to call it, was tough. But it seemed like his entire journey was tough, because he had to deal with people who weren't thinking in the spiritual terms, which, it seems like he didn't find much enjoyment in doing what he was. I mean, I'm sure it was good, but like, it seemed like a tough path, to go around and teach these teachings, because people just weren't comprehending it,
Yes, but he didn't really want them to either. Okay, that's why he spoke in parables and figures of speech, because he only came for that which was lost. Okay, the reason he did that is purposely, because if they weren't his, he didn't want to heal them. Okay, they were a brand for the fire. They were made for the fire. Okay. And so he didn't want them to understand, because if they heard his words and they understood and they ate the bread of life and did what they had to do, then he would have no choice but to heal them and deliver them, although they weren't his. And this is why he purposely spoke in figures of speech and parables and metaphors. I know that's a hard one to swallow.
Yeah, no, I swallow that. But just when he was walking on the water toward the boat, was he doing that so as to not be seen by the crowds, or, I mean, so that he wasn't seen going onto the boat? Is that why he did that? Was he trying to hide from these people, is what I'm trying to say? Is not hide,
I
but
don't think he was trying to hide from them. He just wanted to reunite with his Talmudim, and they were already halfway over there, and he had missed the boat, and he didn't care. He had no worries about missing the boat. He just said, I'll just walk across the water and go over there. I mean, he didn't even have to do that. He could just translate it himself. He could just went from point A to point B within a split second. He could have been standing on the shore waving at them as they came in if he wanted to. But obviously he wanted to have them, the Talmudim on the boat, see him walking on water. I mean, this is unbelievable when you consider all the things that they saw him do, and their hearts were still hardened, and they still lacked belief. It's just an amazing story. Even when he resurrects and appears to them, even the third time, they still doubted. It's an amazing concept. Go ahead, Raul.
When he walked on water, he was also teaching them, because we read in Matthew that Kepha asked him if he could walk on water. He said, get off the boat and you can walk on water. And he did walk on water until he started losing faith. And he started sinking, and then Yahusha pulled him up. So he was teaching them another lesson on all that they could do after he left them.
Are you saying that that's the same event, or are those two separate events?
I don't know. I might not know that. There might be a different event, but very similar event.
It's similar but different. He walked on water twice, we'll just say, okay?
That's why I come here. That's why I come here, so you can teach me.
That's just recorded. I mean, he could have done it 100 times, all we know. We can only go by what's recorded. Scripture says that Yahusha taught more stuff and did many more signs, that if they were all recorded, not all the books in the whole world would be able to hold them. So he did a lot more than what's recorded here. But this has been
Thank
recorded
you.
for us to believe.
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was the same.
Yeah. Phil? Phil, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did, but I can't. I got distracted and I'm not sure. So evidently it's for another time. Thank you.
Okay. So John 21, just so y'all understand what me and Raul were just talking about. Just John 21, verse 25 says, now there's much else that Yahusha did. If every one of them were written down, I think that the world itself would not contain the written books. Okay, so he did much, much, much more, and he taught many, many, many more things than what's recorded. So that tells us gives us one big, huge lesson. And that lesson is we cannot contain Yahuwah within the covers of the Bible. Just can't do it. Some people that teach that don't know what they're talking about. Oh, you can't say that. Show me where that's written. Well, why does it have to be written? He did many more things that's not written down here. It said so in John 21, 25. Were you doubting him? Are you trying to restrict him and tell him what he can do and what he can't do, that he has to remain within the covers of a canonized list of the Romans? I don't think so. Go back to school. All right. Any other questions to this point? Go ahead, Shelley.
It's not a question. It's just a curious thing that I see as far as spiritual application that we can sometimes see when starting at verse 18 through 21. And forgive me if I shouldn't say something that may cause confusion or is not scriptural, but I can kind of see, and the sea was rising because a great wind was blowing. To me, I instantly saw the end times. The people are rising, there's a great wind blowing. We have the warning that even the elect will be deceived. So they're not sure if they're actually seeing Yahusha. And he says, it is I, do not be frightened. And then this boat automatically takes them to their land, to our inheritance. I was kind of seeing that in there.
Yeah, that's a pretty deep level of spiritual insight. That's what comes from Yahusha, spiritual insight. So you got that from the Ruach.
Hallelujah.
Raul, you have your hand up, bro?
No, I was just giving her a thumbs up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to ask maybe, so like what she's to piggyback on what she's saying, maybe like when they were frightened, when they saw him walking on water, I mean, is that going to be maybe a sign of things to come when he returns, that people might be frightened by his coming?
Well, yes and no. His people are not going to be frightened because we're going to know we're going to look up and we see him. We're going to know that our redemption draws near. Other people are going to be fearful when that sun goes out. They're going to be dropping like flies of heart attacks just because of that. And other people, when they see him coming back in his esteem, they'll probably drop like flies. And then when he gets there, they're definitely going to drop like flies because he's going to start wiping them out. He's a warrior. But here, the one thing here, I think Sandra's hitting on a great point here. It was to show his omnipotence. Okay, so he did do a lot of signs, okay, to prove to everybody that he was Yahuwah, because a man couldn't do these things that he was doing, right? And so walking on water, healing the sick, all these things, feeding these 5,000 people, is something that if he was just a fleshly man, he could not do them. No man can do these type things. No demon, no man. So that he did things that only Yahuwah could do. And that's probably why he did what he did when he walked across that water, so that they could recognize, oh, wow, who is this guy that can walk on water? Who is this guy that can control the weather? Who is this guy that can raise the dead? He must be Yahuwah. There's only one being in existence that can do these things, and it's Yahuwah. So a lot of these things he did was for what Sandra just said. He's showing his omnipotence, how powerful that he is, which means he must be Yahuwah, because no man can do these things. Nobody, only Yahuwah can do these sort of signs that Yahusha was doing. So that could be maybe the main reason that he did, because he didn't have to. Like I said, he could have translated himself over there in the blink of an eye if he wanted to. But he chose to hang back and wait and then walk on the water to show his omnipotence. It's a very good point, Sandra. Probably the main reason he did these things, these signs in the presence of people. Okay? Because he said, if you don't believe me because of my words, at least believe me because of the works I do, right? Believe me that I'm Yahuwah because of the works I'm doing. Even if you don't believe me because of my words, believe me because of the works that I'm Yahuwah. That's what he's saying. So this is just other evidence, more evidence of who he is. He's the great I am of the Torah. That's what he's saying he is here. Okay.
One more. I'm sorry. One more thing. I just the day of Yahuwah is before the return of Yahusha, correct?
Say that again.
The day of Yahuwah, the day of Yahuwah is before the day of is before Yahusha's return.
No, it's after. It's the same thing, really. Second coming of Yahusha, day of Yahuwah, same thing.
Because it says that Yahusha had not. It became dark, and Yahuwah said that on his day it will be darkness. It won't be a day of light, and it said that Yahusha had not yet come to them. So I thought maybe it's in reference to that. There's some form of reference to that.
What verse, Joshua?
Oh, I'm just talking about.
Oh, you're saying in general?
No, it's right here on 17. And entering the boat, they were going over the sea toward Kafar, and it had already become dark, and Yahusha had not yet come to them. And the sea was rising because a great wind was blowing. And then, they said that they were frightened. So it just, I don't know if there was parallels to, if that was a parallel to the day of Yahuwah and then the second coming of Yahusha.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because the day of Yahuwah, the day of darkness is after the second coming. The second coming of Yahusha is at the end of Armageddon. Okay, so right at the end, he comes down and shields the nuclear blast in Jerusalem. And then he destroys, he takes Satan, locks him up for 1,000 years, and destroys his army. Okay, and then we go in, and then the day of Yahuwah, we go into the millennium reign. The day of Yahuwah is darkness. It comes after the second coming.
The day of darkness is after the millennium reign?
No, before the millennium, right?
Well, right before the millennium reign. Then the millennium reign
Day of,
takes place.
Day of Yahuwah and the second coming of Yahushua is the same thing. The earth is going to be totally annihilated. I mean, it's going to be so messed up and destroyed that he's going to restore it before the millennium reign. He's going to restore the earth. And then then we'll live on a restored earth during the millennium reign. Anybody else got any thoughts on that? Go ahead, Phil.
Chapter 6, verse 28.
Okay.
So they said to him, what should we do to the works of Elohim? Yahushua answered and said to them, this is the work of Elohim, that you believe in whom he sent. So they said to him, what sign then would you do so that we would see and believe you? What would you do? Our fathers ate the manna in the wilderness, as it has been written. He gave them bread out of heaven to eat. Excuse me. Therefore, Yahushua said to them, truly, truly, I say to you, Moshe did not give you the bread out of heaven, but my Father gives you the bread out of heaven. For the bread of Elohim is he who comes down out of heaven and gives life to the world. So they said to him, Master, give us this bread always. And Yahushua said to them, I am the bread of life. He who comes to me shall not get hungry at all, and he believes in me shall not get thirsty at all.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, you see the parallel there between the woman at the well here now and what's going on here. So in John 4:15, he's talking about the living waters, you not thirsty at all. So here he's saying, Yahushua said, I'm the bread of life. He who comes to me shall not get hungry at all, and he who believes in me shall not get thirsty at all. Okay, so this is his body and his blood. When he says you got to eat his body and drink his blood, that's what he's talking about right here. Anybody got any thoughts or questions on that? Okay, Joshua, I feel like I left you hanging there, man, because you had a weird look on your face. So before we move on here, let's go to Matthew 24. And read verse 29, Josh. You got a BYNV?
Yep.
Read from 29.
And immediately after the distress of those Yamin, the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give its light, and the stars shall fall from the heaven, and the powers of the Shemayim shall be shaken.
Keep going.
And then the sign of the son of Adam shall appear in the heaven, and then all the tribes of the Eretz shall mourn, and they shall see the son of Adam coming on the clouds of the heaven with power and much esteem. And he shall send his messengers with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his chosen ones from the four winds, from one end of the Shemayim to the other.
Okay. All right. So there you go. So immediately after the tribulation years, okay, at the end of Armageddon, okay, immediately after the distress of those days, the sun shall be darkened. That's the day of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So then He blends that in there. So the day of Yahuwah, the second coming of Yahusha, same thing.
Yeah, that's why I was making the parallel with 17. Is it had become dark, the winds were blowing, the sea was rising, and Yahusha had not yet come yet, and I was making that parallel. Maybe if that was referring possibly to that, but
It could be.
could be, it might be a reach, but I thought maybe that's a possibility.
It could be. All right. So
And really, I was just piggybacking on what Shelley said. She gave me that idea. So good job, Shelley.
okay. All right. So let's go back now over to John. And anybody any questions or comments up to this point on this? Okay, Phil, let's go.
Chapter 36. But I said to you that you have seen me and still do not believe. All that the Father gives me shall come to me, and the one who comes to me I shall be by no means cast out, because I have come down out of the heaven, not to do my own desire, but the desire of him who sent me. This is the desire of the Father who sent me, that all he has given me I should not lose of it, but shall raise it in the last yom. And this is the desire of him who sent me, that everyone who sees the Son and believes in him should possess everlasting life, and I shall raise him in the last yom.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, so how is it desire of him who sent me that all have not lose it, but should raise it in the last days? And this is the desire of him who sent me, that everyone who sees the Son and believes in him should possess everlasting life, and I shall raise him in the last yom. So what's going on here? This doesn't mention water immersion of the Ruach. This doesn't mention collecting fruit or anything. Why? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think he's talking about the sovereignty of Yahuwah and who Yahuwah wants he shall have, and he, being Yahuwah, will make it happen.
Yeah. So I shall raise him in the last yom. That's speaking of the first resurrection, possibly the second resurrection. And so it says, everyone who sees the Son and believes in him should possess everlasting life. So is it required that we see him, physically see him? What is that talking about? What's that mean? Go ahead, Raul.
That those who his eyes have been opened to see him in truth in the word and believes him, not only to believe him, but to see the truth of the words in this book. Because we all can't see him because he's not here with us now. But we could see him through the words in the book.
Maybe see who he is? Could it be that?
Exactly, to see who he is, why he came, why he shed his blood, to believe the whole Besora, everything that's in the Besora. Because I'm sure that Christianity hooks onto this little verse here to tell people that all they need to do is believe.
Yeah, because I want to add also, because Yahusha said, when he told Thomas, that he said, blessed are those who who do not see me, and still believe. Yeah, that's what he said. Blessed are those who see me, who do not see me yet believe. So by that means, it's like what he said. You believe like who he is and what he has done.
When I see, what comes to me is that we see the truth in the word, that not to take the second meaning of the word, like when he's talking about Torah, that he's talking about circumcision, that to believe in the word where he says, I did not come to do away with the Torah, but to fulfill it, to see all those things that are truth in the books of the Besorah. Not only what to just believe in him that he came. Yes, he came, but to also believe in all the works he did while he was here.
Verse 38 says, because I have come down out of the heaven, not to do my own desire, but the desire of him who sent me. What does that mean? Because I have come down out of the heaven?
He's Yahuwah.
Oh, I thought his existence began with the birth, with the incarnation. Isn't that what Christians teach?
Yeah.
I think that when he said not to do my own desire, that kind of means like not desire of the flesh, but of the Ruach, which is the who sent like the Father, right?
Oh,
Yahuwah.
Yeah.
So that's what it means. Like he did not come to do his own desire or whatever he pleases, but the desire of him whom he sent.
Good. So what does because I come down out of the heaven mean? Because I have come down out of the heaven. Does that mean he pre-existed the incarnation?
Yeah, because that's in Proverbs chapter 30 verse 4, because it says, who has come down and ascended? What is his name and what is his son's name, if you know it?
Right. Okay, so this is the desire of the Father who sent me, that all he has given me I should not lose of it. What's he talking about here? Is that the lost sheep? But should raise it in the last yom. So he would have to find all the lost sheep, bring them back into the sheepfold or the everlasting covenant, and so that he could raise them in the last yom, in the eternal life. Is this speaking of the lost sheep?
Absolutely. Because he came to say what was lost.
Yeah, absolutely is. Okay. At the end of Armageddon, Yahusha is going to return. Okay. He'll come with his army of messengers. Okay. The first resurrection is going to happen. The dead will be resurrected in Mashiach, and those who remain alive will be transformed in the blink of an eye, caught up with him in the clouds as he descends upon the Mount of Olives. And then there's going to be a great earthquake. He's going to shield a nuclear blast because the Israelites will have decided to exercise the Samson option and nuke Jerusalem to destroy them and their enemy together, so they never lose. They don't ever want to lose Jerusalem again. Okay. And after this happens, Satan is thrown into the captured and his armies destroyed, and the day of Yahuwah comes. So the sequence in Matthew 24 isn't a step-by-step sequence of events. Okay. It's just letting you know it's the same thing. Here's tons and tons and tons of proof, scriptures that tell us that Yahusha comes, his second coming is at the end of the Battle of Armageddon.
I also want to add that, like you said, that the day of Yahuwah is the same as the coming of Yahusha, because, for example, Matthew 24:30 is the same as Revelation 1:7 and 8, because they shall mourn for him, right? When they see the son of Adam coming. So that's the same thing, because he says, I'm the first and the last, the Aleph and the Tau, like says Yahuwah Al Shaddai.
Yeah. So it's the same event. So can the lights go out as you see the sign of his return? Can the
I think
lights?
that means, I think that means that we will see his esteem. Like Titus 2:13 says, like looking for the blessed hope and the great appearance. Because only the sun will be darkened, but we will see his esteem, which is of course his light. So that's the sign of Adam.
Okay. Is it possible for us to see his sign 360 degrees around a round globe? Will everybody on the planet be able to see him coming if he's coming from the east? How are the people on the other side of the world going to be able to see him? Well,
Maybe omnipresence.
Ah. Yeah, so his sign could encompass the entire planet. He could be coming from every direction because of his omnipotence, right?
And also his light.
Yeah, that's a mind stretcher. Okay.
So, I was just going to say, how it says that Satan will come he masquerades as an angel of light. Will he try to copycat what the return of Yahusha in his own way before his return? I mean, I just picture him coming as a light, you know what I mean? And people are going to be deceived by that light somehow, some way.
Yeah, no doubt he's going to copy it. They already have a tech.
I think probably by the Project Bluebeam, I think.
Yeah, it says, I saw Satan falling as lightning from the sky. Doesn't it say that?
So I'm just wondering, like, when would this take? Are we in the process of that taking place right now? The false light coming in and deceiving many.
Tons of famous people are turning to the J-Man.
But isn't that in Second Thessalonians 2 where it says like all power and signs and wonders of Satan, like literally all power? Isn't that like interesting?
Yeah, but I don't want to get way off track here. Luke,
I just asked that because we always talk about Yahusha's return, but also it says that the return of Satan will come as an angel of light and fall from lightning out of the sky, and we should also. I mean, I just think that never really gets discussed, and when that can happen and how that can happen, and I think we should be prepared for that as well. But I mean, I don't know, but.
Luke 10:18 says, and he said to them, I saw Satan falling out of the heaven as lightning. So that there could be some type of forgery there. Yeah. Go ahead, Phil.
I was just adjusting my sound. I'm
Oh. Okay. If you notice, Draz, where it says that, where signs and wonders is, where does it say that at?
I think that's 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 8.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Because it says all power, signs and wonders.
Yeah, but then what does it say right after that?
Hold on, let me check.
It says the appearing of the lawless one is by means of the working of Shaitan, with all power and signs and wonders of falsehood. Falsehood. So it's going to be some type of deceivement, like almost like a magician's trick. Remember the magicians that were trying to duplicate Yahuwah's miracles with Pharaoh? And they were able to do so all the way up to the point where Yahuwah created life, and when he did the lice, and then the magicians took off like rabbits down the rabbit hole because they knew that they couldn't create life, even the most simplest life. And so they dashed out of there and said, "Stop messing with him, Pharaoh. That must be the true living Yahuwah, because nobody can create life." Okay. And so we can expect for Satan to do these things with falsehood. Okay. Like
maybe through technology.
With technology, magician tricks, all this kind of stuff to fool people. Now, it does say that the false prophet will draw fire down out of the sky. And that's is going to influence a lot of people, because that's going to be really going to happen. And so in that case, there's some kind of thing that's going to happen there where that's going to probably be real. It doesn't really say it is. It could also be falsehood, but it's going to influence a lot of people. So if we have him imitating the sign of Yahushua's return, is the lightning falling out of the sky, Satan falling out of the sky is lightning, and all these other tricks that he uses, and pulling fire down out of the sky and so forth and so on, it's going to influence a lot of people. And coming in the program name is going to be icing on the cake, because everybody's programmed to be attracted to the false name, the J-Man. It's like a magnet, and it draws people to it. Why? Because they've been brainwashed with it. That's why. So they're going to be like the Walking Dead, like a zombie walking toward that name. When he says, "I'm the J-Man," they're going to automatically migrate toward that name, because they've been programmed to do so since a baby. Go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to say that, I see this lightning bolt symbol on so many different things now, on products, on YouTube channels, on, just everything and anything. I see lightning bolt symbolism everywhere. And it just reminds me, it's like it represents Zeus or something. I don't know, but I don't know if Zeus was the son of Satan or Satan himself or what, but I see this lightning bolt symbolism, and then I think of lightning falling from Satan will come out like a lightning bolt out of the sky, and I see a connection there, but maybe that's veering off into conspiracy theory, but
yeah, Zeus or any other name of those pagan or those of Baalim are all Satan. Go ahead, Raul.
Can you tell me if I'm wrong, but couldn't some of these signs be done by men that follow Shaitan? Because, like we've talked before, Armageddon, it could be an atomic bomb. It could be that thing that they talk about that's going to make all the electricity go away and it will be all in the dark. I mean, it could be caused by certain men or governments or group of men that do these signs. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's good, that it's going to come like a lightning bolt from the sky. That was my question.
Yeah, some of it could be more into our reality, yes. Some of it is going to be outside outside of our reality because it's what's going to trick everybody. Okay, so I think the lightning, the force, in other words, like the false prophet pulling fire down from the skies, I think it's going to be literal thing. It's going to be outside of reality, and that's what's going to make people believe he's the J-man. See what I'm saying? But it's not going to be, he's going to draw 2 nuclear bombs down on top of everybody and blow them to smithereens, because we'd all know what that is, you know. But in some instances, I think it is referring to our reality, like atomic weapons, you know, hydrogen bombs, these type of things like that. Absolutely. In some instances, yes. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, they already can do it with DEW. It's direct energy weapon. So they have them mounted a lot of places, and they can burn anything with fire. So,
well, that's a good point. I mean, it could be, man, Raul and Phil, it could be. You know, it could be something in our reality they're able to duplicate or fabricate, you know. But, you know, Scripture didn't know how to explain it in our terms. That's a possibility, man. I mean, I'm not saying no. It very well could be. I mean, there's millions of people right now that think Copperfield, you know, made the Statue of Liberty disappear, you know, and they believe he did. And he didn't. It was just a simple little trick. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Joshua.
Sorry, one more comment on this electricity situation, but you know, we are in many ways, I think in all ways, we are slaves to electricity, you know, and I think that we rely on it in all aspects of our lives, and we've kind of given up our own freedom for it. In a lot of ways, I feel, and you know, the electricity is represented by the lightning bolt as well, and I just think that you know, I think maybe we're already set up in this. We're already in, you know, a beast system of sorts, but you know, I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, the more I think about it, I don't know where the false prophet or even Satan would get the power to pull fire down from the heavens and the sky. So it could be very well fabricated by man to fool people into thinking that that's what he did, but it was nothing more than a trick. That's a very good point, Raul. The more I think about it. Okay. Anybody else? All right, let's go ahead and read on, Phil.
Chapter 41, verse 41, excuse me. Therefore, the Yehudim were grumbling against him because he said, I am the bread which came down out of heaven. And they said, is not this Yahusha, the son of Joseph, whose father and mother we know? How is this then that he says, I have come down out of heaven? Then Yahusha answered and said to them, do not grumble with one another. No one is able to come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him, and I shall raise him in the last yom. It has been written in the prophets, and they shall be taught by Yahuwah. Everyone then who has heard from the Father and learned comes to me. Not that anyone has seen the Father, except he who is from Elohim. He has seen the Father. Truly, truly, I say to you, he who believes in me possesses everlasting life. I am the bread of life. Your fathers are the manna in the desert, and they died. They ate the manna in the desert, and they died. This is the bread which comes down out of the heaven, so that anyone who eat of it and not die. I am the living bread which come out of heaven. If one eats of this bread, he shall live forever. And indeed, the bread of that I shall give is my flesh, which I give for the life of the world. The Yehudim therefore were striving with one another, saying, how is this one able to give us his flesh to eat? Yahusha therefore said to them, truly, truly, I say to you, unless you eat the flesh of the son of Adam and drink his blood, you possess no life in yourselves.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Is Yahusha teaching cannibalism here?
Yeah, it'll feed back in. You want that? Those.
Is Yahusha teaching cannibalism?
Nope. That's more spiritual.
Okay, well, what's he talking about? Eat my body and drink my blood. What does that all mean?
You know when he said about his flesh that he shall give it to the whole world, which means that he shall be deliverer. You want to save his people from their sins.
Well, honey, it'll feed back. What is it? It will. It's got to be because the fan was making noise.
Well, I don't. And the blood is his salvation, which is poured out to many, which gives everlasting life, like permanently, once for all. Hebrews 10, chapter 10, verse 10. So that's the way.
If you're eating the words of Yahuwah, you're taking them into your body, and it's nourishing you, right? And if you're drinking his blood, this is representation of what? Open up your mouth and letting the Ruach HaKodesh in to dwell in you. So his flesh and his blood, as you're eating you're absorbing his words, his truth, and being immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. Right?
Yeah. Also in Yahukanon chapter 17, he also says, sanctify them with your word, because your word is truth.
Is drinking his blood meaning to enter into the everlasting covenant?
Yes.
Enter into the renewed covenant.
Absolutely.
Is that what it means? Okay, so eating his words, absorbing his words into your brain, nourishing off of those words that lead to everlasting life, and drinking his blood, meaning joining the renewed covenant or the everlasting covenant, entering into the sheepfold. And then the living waters would be the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. Whereas the blood, drinking the blood, represent both. Anybody?
Isn't that when isn't that kind of like to remember him? Because he said, like, for example, he says, this is my body, and like, eat of it. And then he said, this is my blood, when he gave them to drink. So doesn't that represent to, like, remember him, what he did for us? Because he said, like, remember me.
Ceremonially, yeah. Ceremonially, yeah. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, whatever we believe we take in as food, just like the communion.
So part of it.
If you take in sun worship, you eat that sun discs. When you eat that, it goes in your body and it manifests itself through you. Through the temporal world, and then but they won't let them. Well, they won't. The other person drinks the wine. You understand what I'm saying? So it's
So whatever you eat is what you become.
Right.
Who you are.
Are what you eat, in a way. Yes, physically too.
Physically as well. But how about the blood then? He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood possesses everlasting life. What's that?
Accepts the sacrifice, his blood covering our transgressions.
There you go. Real good. Okay, so that's what that is all about.
And blood
not
is the life. Blood is the life force. You know, that's your blood is what gives you life. So the life force, the ruach, you know, that's what I associate the blood with. But the food is like the word, right? And then the blood is the ruach, you know, but the life force.
Okay, so unless you eat the flesh of the son of Adam and drink his blood, you possess no life in yourselves. Any other comments on that? We're on agreement that he's not teaching cannibalism here. Let's go ahead, Phil, and move on. Learn more about this.
I'll back up. Verse 54. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood possesses everlasting life, and I shall raise them in the last yom. For my flesh is truly food, and my blood is truly drink. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood stays in me, and I am in him. As the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father, so he who feeds me on me shall live because of me. This is the bread which come out of the heaven, not as your fathers ate the manna and died. He who eats this bread shall live forever. He said this to the congregation, teaching in Kafar Nakum.
Okay, hold on.
All right.
Okay, so then he who eats my flesh and drinks my blood stays in me, and I am him. As the Father sent me, I live because of the Father. So he who feeds on me shall live because of me. This is the bread of life, bread which came down out of the heaven. He who eats this bread shall live forever. Okay, so what's he saying here then? He feed on me. We getting any more clarity here? Has he clarified anything at all?
Yeah, he's saying the manna was physical bread that physically gave you life, you know, but you still die. You can't live off that. You have to read the word and drink the blood, the ruach, and the living waters, and that gives you everlasting life.
You have to feed on his word.
Mm-hmm. So
And
because
then,
it says,
by reading his word daily, are we feeding on it?
absolutely.
Yes.
and then the fruit we bear is the manifestation of that food, like you talked about last night, Mark.
Say that again.
And the fruit we bear comes from the food we take in. So if we take in his food, him, then we are going to bear fruit and rescue or find all the others that need this food also. And then we bear, that's the fruit we bear.
You know, just like Yahushua says, the heavens and the earth shall pass away, but my word shall never pass away. So that's referring to that.
Okay, so I think we're on to it. His blood sacrifice for the forgiveness of our sins, right? And his word, eating on his word daily, eating on his word for nutrition, for everlasting life. So we gain everlasting life out of his word, eating his words. This is all figures of speech, basically, but not too hard that we can't understand it.
Actually, I actually kind of understand, because in verse 51 it says, "And indeed, the bread that I shall give is my flesh, which I shall give for the life of the world," which means his sacrifice.
Right. So in other words, everlasting life has to do everything to do with Yahushua. Go ahead, Phil.
Hey, you know what, everybody? I just got the inclination from Yahuwah. Mark's not teaching this class at all. Sorry, Mark, but I just felt it. And I talked to my wife and I said, should I share it or not? So I just felt it, but I can't explain it. But that's all I can say in words. But he impressed on me, no one's teaching this class. I'm teaching this class.
That's right.
Sorry,
Don't
Mark.
you? You don't have to be sorry. Haven't you ever noticed how kind of dumb I am at times?
No. I never thought that. Don't try to trap me like Phyllis does. All right, I'll get back on track.
Yeah, we're being taught by Yahuwah for sure. Okay. If you know Yahusha HaMashiach, you've been taught by Yahuwah. Scripture's clear about that.
I actually want to ask one thing. When it says that no one has ever seen Elohim, but that he has seen Elohim, right? That kind of gives, kind of like in Christianity, as like, see, he's the second person who's seen, the first person, all that. But like, what does that truly mean if we like maintain the oneness of Yahuwah? What does that really mean? Because I mean, we know that the Word was with Yahuwah, and Yahuwah was the Word. So when it says that he has seen Elohim, how can that be more explained? For example, to someone who is not really in the oneness, but in this Hindu treeness. But anyways, I'm just trying to like, if you can give me an explanation, like how to explain this sort of way.
So repeat that again, Draz.
Yeah, sorry. So
say it a little
it
bit.
says. So let me just find it real quick. Where does it say? Because it says that no one has ever seen Elohim, but that he has only seen Elohim. In this chapter 6, I just can't find it.
Oh.
So I'm just trying to say, like, how can that be more explained to others who are not in the truth?
Yeah, that's verse 46.
Yeah, that one. Not that anyone has seen the Father except he who is from Elohim. He has seen the Father.
Anybody want to answer that?
Yeah, I'll take it on.
Okay.
What he's talking about is when he says that if you've seen me, Yahushua speaking, if you see me, you see the Father. You're seeing the emissary, the representative of the word of Yahuwah. He is that living representative in the flesh. Not that anyone has seen the Father except he who is from Elohim. So it's his Son who is the living vision of his Father. He is all the character and attributes of his Father. So it's a hard thing. That's kind of a hard thing to explain to people, Draz. Especially if you got folks that don't read the word and they, maybe been going to church and they're listening to the word of the pastors. You can come to a little clearer understanding of this as I have been in my journey walking through this, that every time we see this throughout scripture, this is actually Yahushua as a representative of the Father. He will eventually come down and commune with us when this is all done and over with, and he will be our King and our Father, and he will walk among us. Okay. And I don't know if that makes it any easier to understand, because all we're seeing here through the whole mission, this whole war plan that starts from the book of Genesis and the restoration of all things, it starts right at the word of Bereshith, is through the word and the character of the Father. He is that physical, spiritual, earthly representative of all things Yahuwah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I actually really had this in mind because I actually read like a couple of days ago where Yahuwah actually promised, to his people that I shall dwell and walk among them, and they shall be my people, and I shall be their Elohim. That's
Right.
like Exodus chapter 12, then Leviticus 26, then also in the prophets like Jeremiah 30, 31, and Ezekiel 37. Verse 27, and then 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 16 to 18, because at the end he says, that you shall be sons and daughters to me, and I shall be a father to you, says Yahuwah Al Shaddai. So like, and he did, because, and the word became flesh and pitched his tent among us. Now the tent is obviously the body, right? So that means that he did indeed walked and dwelled among us as he promised.
Exactly.
So that makes sense that not that anyone has seen Elohim, but he who is from Elohim, he has seen the Father. So that makes sense.
Yeah. One of the important things to remember too about emissary, we can see some of this, in movies and different things like that. That person that comes as an emissary of the king is to be treated exactly like he is the king, because he is that duly ordained representative and the speaking word. He's speaking for the king. So if he gets his words wrong, or he tries to put a word of his own into that equation, and we can see that in the book of Genesis, where Abraham sends out his servant to go look for a wife for his son. Okay, and before he sits down to eat a meal with them, after he has found Rebecca, and he sits down with the father and the family to eat, before he sits down to eat with them, he had explained, I'm not coming, this is not me speaking, I'm not here of my own volition, I'm here doing the will of the master, and everything that comes out of my mouth is the word of the master, and don't take it any other way, that it's actually coming from me, which Yahushua even reiterates himself. He says, none of this is of me, none of these words are my words, these are all words of my Father. I am simply the emissary of the king, and what I say is the same thing that the king would say, and yeah. That's really important to understand within the right context when we're looking at that stuff.
And also one thing in scripture, also in when in Exodus chapter 3 verse 14, when Yahuwah says Ahaya Ashar Ahaya, like I will be who I will be, or I am that I am, whatever you want to say it. So then Yahushua also said the same thing, like before Abraham came to be, I am. So basically he also said this Ahaya, like mean I am. If you go like in the linear, you will see that, well, there it says Ahia, but it's actually Ahaya. So he said the same thing, and that's what they understood, that he is Yahuwah from the Tanakh. That's also one proof that he is Yahuwah, obviously, that he,
So obviously no one has seen the Father. We all know that. Scripture is clear about that. Nobody has seen the Father. Why? Because he's invisible. He's a Ruach. He's invisible. And so nobody has seen the Father.
Also, you guys look at him, right?
I don't even think the Malachim can see him in his natural form of Ruach. Okay. So no one has seen the Father except he who is from Elohim, which would be his body. He has seen the Father. So what's that saying is there's been a lot of people has saw Yahuwah in his body, whether his body of light, his body of flesh, or any other manifestation that he chose to show himself in. So really, is that a contradiction? No, it's not. It's like the throne. If you see one throne and one sitting on the throne, are you seeing the Father? No, you can't be, because he's invisible. It would just be an empty throne sitting there, and he'd be on it, but you couldn't see him. And so in order for you to see him, then he's in his body of light, which he created, the first one of all creation, and that's what you see sitting on the throne. Okay.
And also one confirmation too is, for example, chapter 12 verse 45 and 46, and he who sees me sees him who sent me. I have come as a light into the world, so that no one who believes in me should stay in darkness. And then when you go to 1 John chapter 1 verse 5, there it says that Yahuwah is light, and in him there's no darkness at all. Yeah.
So whoever sees the Son, which is his body, because see, you can't see Yahuwah in his natural form. You can only see him when he's in his body, a body of light or body of flesh, whatever. It's the only time you can see him.
Exactly.
And he wants you to see him. That's why he created a body. He wanted his creatures to be able to see him and know him and have a relationship with him. Otherwise, you'd just be talking, to invisible person all the time, you couldn't have a great relationship that way. But if you could see him and talk to him and have a relationship, your relationship becomes deeper in many different ways. And that's why he did what he did. He wanted a deeper relationship with his creation.
You know, some people say, yeah, sorry, I just want to say, like, you know, when some people said that because I believe that you is Yahusha, they say, oh, you believe in this Trinity. It's like, how is that Trinity? That's literally oneness.
Yeah, well, the unapproachable light is his body of light. So he can, if he comes in his unapproachable light, which is his body, he dwells in an unapproachable light, which is his body of light. If you see his face, you'll die. Okay, that's what he told Moses. No one can see my face or they'll die. But he did let him see the rest of his body of light. And at the Mount of Olives, when he did the transfiguration, same thing. His face shone as the sun, and his clothes was brighter white, as bright as white as his face. Okay, and so like I said, they must have saw him through a portal or something in order to be able to see his face was bright as the sun and not die. And he had him shielded in some way. And so, but he can also tone it way down and appear in body of flesh, which he did when he showed himself to Samson's parents, when he wrestled with Jacob, when he appeared at the base of Mount Sinai during the wedding feast to the 70 elders and the Levites, so forth and so on. Okay, so let's continue on here. Phil, can you continue to read now? I think you left off on 60, didn't you?
Quiet, I gotta go. Yes. Therefore, many of his pupils, having heard, said, the word is hard. Who is able to hear it? But Yahusha, knowing within himself that his pupils were grumbling about this, said to them, does this make you stumble? What if you see the son of Adam going up where he was before? It is the Ruach that gives life. The flesh does not profit at all. The words that I speak to you are Ruach and are life. But there are some of you who do not believe. For Yahusha knew from the beginning who they were who did not believe and who would deliver him up. And he said, because of this, I have said to you that no one is able to come to me unless he has been given to him by the Father. From then on, many of the pupils withdrew and were not walking with him anymore.
Okay, hold on. All right, so back up here on 62 then. It says, what if you see the son of Adam going up where he was before? It's the Ruach that gives life. The flesh does not profit at all. The words that I speak to you are Ruach in our life. Okay, what's happening here? Is this proof of he pre-existed the incarnation? That he...
Absolutely.
What if you see the son of Adam going up where he was before? Go ahead, Phyllis.
What did he mean by that?
Mean by what?
What if you see the son of Adam going up where he was before? Well,
Yeah.
I don't even understand what that means, why he would ask them that.
Oh, he says, therefore, many of his pupils heard said, this word is hard, who was able to hear it? So they weren't understanding about eating his flesh and drinking his blood. But Yahusha, knowing within himself that his pupils were grumbling about this, said to them, does this make you stumble? That he said to eat the blood and eat his flesh and blood. What if you see the Son of Man going up where he was before? Okay, so in other words, if these words make you stumble, what if you see me start defying gravity and go up into the atmosphere where I came from? Would that would make you stumble even more? If you stumble over these words, what if I did this action? What would happen to you then? Would you lose your minds? Would you drop dead? What would you do? See what I'm saying? So he's presenting them with a tit for tat here. So what it just really means is going up where he was before proves that he pre-existed the incarnation. So he came from somewhere. Okay, he was sent, obviously. So he was not begotten, as in he had a beginning at the incarnation. He already existed. But there are some of you who do not believe, for Yahushua knew the beginning, who they did not believe, and who would deliver him up. Because of this, I have said to you that no one is able to come to me unless it has been given to him by my Father. And so you have to be taught by Yahuwah and learned his teachings in order before you can know Yahusha, before you can go to Yahusha, okay, or have Yahusha in you and you in him. So it has to be given to him by my Father. From then on, many of the pupils withdrew and were not walking with him anymore. So these people did not understand the teaching of Yahusha, and they walked away. So we can expect this in our life as well. So if people that aren't on the same level as we may be, and you go push the envelope beyond their understanding, may cause them to walk away because they don't understand that teaching. If it happened to Yahusha, it can happen to us. And so I kind of liked what Shelley put on there when she said to eat his word daily, you take small bites and chew it slowly and savor it and digest it. It's the same thing that we do when we feed it to other people. So we feed them little pieces, a matter of fact, we need to feed them milk first. Don't even give them the new wine, give them the milk. And feed them very, very slowly, small bites, and tell them, like I tell little kids, I say, take small bites and chew it up really good before you swallow. And that's what we need to do when we're messing around with newborns. These the new people in the walk, the newborns, the lambs. We need to do the same thing. Here, take a little bite. Now I'm gonna try to wean you off the milk. So take a little bite and chew it up really good before you swallow. If not, if you try to give them shovel food into their mouth and they're not ready for it, they may vomit all over you, regurgitate it, punch you in the nose or something. Okay, you're trying to choke them to death, giving them too much food. And if you give them too much new wine, they may become drunk and burst and then punch you in the nose. So we got to really watch it, So this is good stuff here. The Yahuwah knew from the beginning who they were who did not believe, and so he knows who are his, and he knows who the betrayers are. He knows everything. He knows the outcome of the end. And because of this, I have said to you that no one is able to come to me unless it's been given to him by my Father. From then on, many of his pupils withdrew and were not walking with him anymore. So expect that. It said many of them. I mean, look how many people we've seen come and go just here on this little meeting we have. It's incredible, really. Anybody got any thoughts on this? Go ahead, Phil.
Do you think there are some created for falling away from the faith?
Yes. Yes.
From knowing and not knowing, or knowing and just not enduring?
Yeah, just not enduring, for whatever reason. Yahuwah made them they were born to do that for whatever reason, maybe to enlighten his sheep, or to esteem himself, maybe to even esteem the ones who endure as a reward for his sheep enduring, seeing the fallen way of the ones that don't.
Yeah, and if that doesn't humble you, I don't know what would. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a humbler.
That is, because if that, you're sitting there, and that's that obedience again, where that discipline comes back to obedience. Because the adversary's attacking us, the adversary's got to come in with special forces, because we're not going to believe just everything, every little whim that many of the lost sheep believe. So therefore, he's going to be very tactical with this attack. With
and it's very easy to go back into the world, because you're surrounded by all this technology and everything else that puts ideas and thoughts and commercials and things that you talk about feeding yourself, that you're getting fed then too. You're not, when your head's in the Bible, when your head's in the Word, you're feeding yourself the Word. When your head's on your phone or anywhere else, you're getting that fed to you. So everything's consuming something. Whatever you lay your eyes on, your ears hear, and your mouth speaks. You're always consuming things, everything around you. So you got to be careful what you consume.
Yeah, and I met a journalist once who wrote articles for the East Coast, the Midwest, the Southwest, and the West Coast. Same article, different vocabulary, different approach to that dynamic of that society. So can you imagine that when I go on Facebook and I'm looking at those reels and they say, ha, 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 we need to send this one to Phil. You know what I mean? Because we know that we're trying to do, well, he's not going to do it, but they're going to draw me away from, they're going to try to draw me away from truth. So it's just interesting that I'm sure they can do it, because they can send you advertisements on things you almost were thinking about. So that's without his covering, which is his name, it's, you got to have it.
What does this mean? The words that I speak to you are Ruach and are life. What's that mean?
It's teaching to the Ruach, not the temporal body. And that's what he's teaching to those who have given the eyes to see, the ears to hear from Father Yahuwah. So Yahuwah introduces us to the Father, but the Father chooses who he's going to teach through Yahusha. And he may teach at different levels with the same lesson. So each and every one of us are getting exactly the food we need for the body we have, for the Ruach we have been given. Because I don't think everybody's given the same type of Ruach, maybe not. And their own personal attributes, which were given to them in creation that he put together, are going to hear his voice and do his will in their way and reach those people who were deemed to reach. We've been commissioned. Yeah, everybody's at a different place. And what Yahashatan tries to do is get us to say, well, how do they know that? Well, you're getting more blessings than me, that type of thing, which is no. In his realm, we're not supposed to be looking at other people. What is it to you if I let John live forever? Mind your own business to a certain degree. You mind your own business, and whatever Mark has, he's going to share with you, and whatever you have, you're going to share with him. And we're not going to grumble and decide who knows more because I'm going to get a better blessing than you, and comparing each other, you know. So, yeah, it's very interesting.
Okay, so we need to be worshiping him in spirit and truth, as Gibson Girl stated here. And I like what William put up here. I guess it was William. Give us this day our daily bread, which is the word, right? So we eat the word, his word daily. Very good, man. So yeah, see, we're on it now. You know, this is what this is all about. It's quite a simple message if we just, if we're just willing to listen to what Yahuwah has to tell us. Go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to add that it's like he was talking in all these parables, and then he's just like, well, now I'm just going to be literal with you. It's the Ruach, you know, and then he explained, you know, it's like, I just think that's a funny pattern of Yahusha is he'll speak in these parables and then he just gets literal with them, you know, and what he needs to.
You know, I remember, I actually have, you know, I remember when I was only reading the scriptures all the way through. And, you know, when I first time, like, you know, when we was talking about bread of life and all that. So I remember when I was, you know, a child, I think like maybe 12, 11, you know what I mean? I was still, you know, I was literally reading the scriptures. And so every time I read his words, like, I don't know, it just felt really something like, it was so fascinating because to me it was like, because he has so much like wisdom and all that. I was thinking like wow, that this is so amazing the way he speaks, and you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it was so cool. I remember it when I literally was reading the scriptures for the first time, and you know, reading his, you know, his bread of life was just so, I don't know, I can't really explain how it felt. It was just so amazing to kind of see how smart and all that, you know, it was just so amazing back then.
Okay, Phil, let's finish it off, bro.
Okay. Verse 66. No, 67, excuse me. Yahusha therefore said to the 12, do you wish to go away? Then Simon Kepha answered him, Master, to whom shall we go? You possess the words of everlasting life. And we have believed, and we know that you are the Mashiach, the Son of the living Elohim. Yahusha answered them, have I not chosen you, the 12, and one of you is a devil? He was speaking of Yehuda from Quereth, the son of Shimeon, for he, one of the 12, was about to deliver him up.
Okay, and so his Talmudim here, Kepha answered him, Master, to whom shall we go? You possess words of everlasting life. So here he reveals to you that this is the bread of life. This is what you're eating. This is his body. This is what you're eating, are his words. So it confirms what we've been saying all along. Everybody see that? Peter seemed to have gotten it. Finally, hard-headed Peter got something. So that's confirmation. What's this mean? And we have believed and we know that you are the Mashiach, the Son of the living Elohim. What does that mean? Does that mean he's a separate deity? There's two. Bitarianism here. It says pre-existence of the incarnation proved bitarianism. Or binaryism, I mean.
Some say that I was a modalist.
Does it? Somebody.
You know, I think like Peter kind of like got the got it who he is, that he's the Mashiach, the son of living Elohim, which means that all things that he does is Yahuwah, who does all these things and speaks and does the signs. I think he got it, the point. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know. I guess you kind of got what I mean.
Okay, so does that mean, what does the Son mean specifically? Does it mean a division in person? Does it prove binaryism before the incarnation?
The Son always, the Son refers to the body, which was pleased to dwell.
Okay, so the Son is always points to the incarnation.
Yes.
And it references the Lamb of Yahuwah, the sacrifice.
Yeah.
So can we say, obviously we can say Son of Elohim is a correct scriptural terminology, but can we say all the Son? Elohim the Son? Alua the Son? Can we say that? Is that scriptural?
Well, I mean, he's called Elohim in Hebrews 1, though. So, I mean,
so we can say the Father, Alua the Father. Can we say Alua the Son? Is that a correct scriptural terminology or phrase?
He came in all the fullness of Elohim. So of course.
Anybody else?
Because in Hebrews 1 he says, like, and Elohim, your Elohim, has something like about companions, but because and to the Son he says, your throne, Yahuwah, is forever and ever, and then he later says that an Elohim, your Elohim, and then whatever he continues, So I guess, I don't know, yeah.
All right. Well, let me ask it in a different way, so we understand what I'm saying here. Okay. So scripturally, we can say God the Father. But is it scriptural to say God the Son? See what I'm saying? So all the Father or all the Son.
Well, I kind of think no, because it says son of someone, which is son of Yahuwah, right? So he is son of.
But he is one. I'm sorry.
So, it means that he is the son of him, but, they're one, because the Father does all things through him and by him and speaks by him.
Okay, so it's confusing. Go ahead, Josh.
I just was going to say I'm a little confused about that too, because there are so many parts where he says that he puts his Father above himself. So I don't know.
He's speaking as a man when he says that. Okay, go ahead, Sister Kinsley.
A lot of people have said to me, like, how can he be praying to himself? Like, because he went and he meditated and prayed to his Father a lot. And they don't understand how he can be one when he's praying to his Father.
Well, to answer is in Matthew 20, chapter 20, verse 28, because he said, the Son of Adam did not come to be served, but to serve. So that means that he actually took a form of a servant to serve and not to be served. I think I don't know how to really explain that to people who, but I mean, that's the way I can, I guess. I don't know. Actually, it's very hard to explain, but I guess you know my point.
I just usually tell them that I can't remember the exact number right now, but it's either 47 times or 57 times in the scripture that he says, "I am one. I am one with the Father," or "If you've seen me, you've seen the Father." That's how I usually explain it.
You know, also got a very good question. Like, you know, some sister was, you know, like asking, like, who was he praying to when he was in the garden, praying before his delivering up, you know, before before the wait, how can I say, not crucifixion, but wait, how can we say that? Before staking? I don't really know how to say that. I mean, we can't really say crucifix, but before getting staked. So that was a very good question. Like, who was he praying to? Because he said, like, I think, like, when he said, like, remove this cup or something like that. That's a very good question, but I don't know.
Okay, so back to my question then. Ted Boyd's got the answer to what you guys are talking about. Okay, dual nature, fully human, fully ruach. Okay, it was the flesh praying to the Father. The Father's omnipotent, so he can be in the Son, he can be everywhere, all the time, all at once. Okay, and so he was allowing the flesh to pray to him because the flesh was fully human, his dual nature. Got to remember all that. We've went over that many times. But my question is it scriptural to say God the Son? It's okay to say God or all or Alua the Father because it's scriptural and it always refers to Yahuwah himself. But
then
can we,
you know, I'm just trying to say, because
the Son and maintain his oneness?
I think that kind of like maybe causes a stumbling block to other people. You know what I mean? Like, if we say that there is Alua the Father and Alua the Son. So like, I don't know, that just kind of, because people be like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean hey, there's another Elohim or Alua? So, you know, that it can kind of cause a stumbling block, you know?
So the answer to that question is no, you can't say that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's okay to say the Son of Elohim, but you can never say Elohim the Son. Because if you do, what you're doing is you're agreeing with Trinitarianism, that there's three deities or three persons making up the one Godhead.
Because, you know, Trinitarians kind of believe that the flesh itself.
Yeah, they say that, but monotheism does not support that. You cannot say that. It's not scriptural. There's nowhere in scripture that you can find where it says Alua the Son. You can't find it. It's not in there. It's not scriptural. It's made up. It's part of the Trinity. So we should never say that. So we always have to say the Son of Elohim. That's correct and scriptural, and that implies and it always points to the Lamb of Yahuwah, the human nature.
You know, what is this also, for example, like, how can we explain, like, for example, Hebrews 1, verse 8 and 9, where it says, but to the Son, he says, your throne, Yahuwah, is forever and ever. A scepter of straightness is the scepter of your reign. You have loved righteousness and hated lawlessness. Because of this, Yahuwah, your Elohim, has anointed you with the oil of gladness more than your companions. So, for example, how can we explain?
What are you trying to explain? I mean, I'm not understanding.
Because you know, in Christianity. So sorry, I'm just trying to say that if I'm trying to teach the Christians and all that, because they say, see here the Father says to the Son that he is the God. So therefore, God the Son is correct way to say. You know what I mean? So like, how can we exactly explain this particular passage?
Because when you say God the Son, you're separating the person. There's now that you have a second person. In other words, you say God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost. You've got three distinct persons up sitting on an elongated bench. IHS. Okay, you can't do that. There's only one all. It's Yahuwah.
Yeah, because Yahuwah says, "I am Yahuwah, and besides me, there is no Elohim."
If you say Elohim the Son, you are teaching that there are two distinct persons.
Yeah, some people even say that he's figuratively Yahuwah, but not actually Yahuwah.
No matter what other people say. It only matters what you say, what you think. We can't go around and correct the world. We can only search out the lost sheep of Israel. Why argue against the enemy? Who cares what they think?
Exactly.
See what I'm saying? What I'm trying to explain to you is if you use that term, then you're teaching that there's two persons up sitting on that throne. And if you say God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost, now you're saying there's three distinct separate persons sitting on the throne. And you're teaching Trinitarianism, knowingly or unknowingly, by using those incorrect terms, which are unscriptural. So don't do it.
So all throughout Scripture is kind of father and son relationship, but you know what I mean? Like,
there's no relationship there. He played both roles. Yahuwah plays both roles. He's the Father and the Son. He plays both of the roles. That's it. He plays three roles: the Father, the Son, and the Ruach HaKodesh, but he's not limited to those three roles now, is he? No, he's not. He plays many other roles.
You know, that's actually true because
manifestations. He appears in many manifestations. He can do whatever he wants. He's Yahuwah. We got to stop trying to limit him and put him in our restriction, within our restricted box. We're restricted. He's not.
I mean, we can see all throughout Torah that he was, manifested as a man, manifested as a messenger, and all this, right? So
right.
And also he was Melchizedek too, blessing Abraham and all that.
Right.
And also in Hebrews it says that Melchizedek was without the father, without the mother, without the beginning, without end. So that was clear, Yahuwah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Melchizedek is Yahusha. Okay. It's Yahuwah in his body. He can appear to whatever he wants to be. Okay. Look, after he resurrected, he showed up to his uncle and aunt as they were leaving Jerusalem and walking home. He appeared to them as somebody else.
Wow, that's great. That's amazing.
So there's no doubt that he can shapeshift and he can manifest in whatever form he wants to.
Can it be possible that maybe that we might, maybe when we might see, like, what I'm trying to say is, could it be possible that he might appear to us, like, to be in a different form, but kind of like, is that possible that he can appear to someone?
I think so.
Because I mean, he did appear to Abraham and Jacob and all that. Even though
I'm
he's
sure
omnipresent, but he can still do
Is
that.
there an example in Scripture that says that he did that? Is there? Yes, there is. It's in Mark 16. So go to Mark 16:12. It says, and after this, he, speaking of Yahusha, appeared in another form to two of them as they walked and traveled to a village. Okay, so this, who these other two he appeared to was his uncle and aunt. They would surely have recognized him, but he appeared to them. It says that he was, after this, he appeared to in another form to them, to two of them. So they didn't recognize him. Walked all the way home, sat down to the table to eat, and they didn't even know who he was until he reappeared to them in his own form. And then they knew exactly who he was, and then he left.
And then it also says that later he appeared to the 11 as they sat at the table, and he reproached their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they did not believe those who had seen him after he was raised.
Right.
And then, of course, he said, like, go into all the world and proclaim the Bezorah to every creature.
Yeah. So they didn't believe after Mary said, I saw him, and Peter and Eleazar said they saw him. They didn't believe it, although they lacked belief. There's that lack of belief again. In other words, they didn't believe because they didn't truly believe that he was who he said he was. They thought he was dead and gone, just like any man. That's why he reproached them. But the point I'm trying to make here is, yes, he could shapeshift. He could appear to you as a little woman, a child, an old man, whatever he wants to, and test you. And you don't even know you're seeing him, but you don't even know you're seeing him because he's shapeshifted.
No, I kind of think that
you wouldn't know him anyway. You don't know what he looked like. He could appear to you as he was, and you'd never know it anyway. But I'm just saying, he can appear in any form he wants to. He's Yahuwah, for crying out loud.
I kind of think that might have
Hey, do
happened
you think
before.
he can do this, or do you think he can do that? Because you have weak belief. You have to talk like this. Yahuwah is everything, and Yahuwah can do anything he wants to do, anytime he wants to do it, anywhere he wants to do it. You got to remember his three characteristics: omnipotent, omniscience, and omniscience. Okay, so he's all powerful, he's all knowing, and he's everywhere at once all the time. That's the only way we can understand Yahuwah. And even that doesn't do him justice. So we got to be careful how we talk, because then we're showing our unbelief, just like Philip did.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So if we say, oh, do you think he could do this, or do you think he could do that? We're acting like Philip. So it's best to train yourself to say, Yahuwah is everything. And Yahuwah can do anything he wants to do, anytime he wants to do it.
And also when Philip, for example, asked him, asked Yahusha, like, show us the Father and it will be enough for us. And then he said to him, like, have I not been for so long yet? You still don't know who I am?
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it really is.
It's amazing through all the scriptures how they maintain that unbelief. Totally mind-blowing. Until what? What changes all that? What happens that changes all that? Their unbelief. What happens in Acts? It changes all that.
I think it changes their hearts. Like on a certain
yeah, but I'm saying even after they saw him the third time, after he was resurrected, they still doubted. So what changed all this doubt, all this unbelief? What happened? Go ahead, Raul.
The Ruach HaKodesh, the receiving of the Ruach.
There you go. The outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh is what changed all that. That's when he opened up their mind to understand the scriptures. And now they believed. And after they believed, what happened? Well, they could go out and they could raise the dead. They could heal the sick. They could give the sight to the blind. They could had control over demon-possessed people. They could drive out the demons, listen to them. Even the shadow of Peter when he walked past people, chased out demons, and his shadow fell on them. And so the Ruach HaKodesh empowered them to walk in the true pattern of Yahusha. And the proof of it was they could do everything that Yahusha did because Yahusha was in them. That's what changed it all.
You know, also when Yahusha says, no one knows the hour except the Father, that was actually the flesh speaking or maybe he just chose to, I don't know, but I mean, you know my point.
No, I'm not picking up what you're laying down. No.
I mean, like when he says, like, no one knows the hour except the Father, like not even the messengers nor the Son, but the Father. So that was like his flesh speaking, and not,
Yeah. The best way to understand a lot of that things you guys were talking about is to realize that sometimes you got to understand the dual nature. And sometimes it's the flesh is talking. Sometimes it's Yahuwah talking. Sometimes they talk between each other. Sometimes they'll converse with one another or with somebody else, and then they'll stop talking and let the other one speak. And so you got to be able to discern that by what he's saying. So when he was praying, when Yahusha was praying, who was speaking?
The flesh.
Obviously, it was the flesh. So why was the voice of Yahuwah? How could his voice be heard out of the Shemayim? This is my son, who I appreciate. I'm proud of him. Listen to what he says. Okay, out of the cloud. All right. How is it that if Yahusha is Yahuwah, how is it that we heard that voice out of the cloud? Speaking about his son. How can that be?
He's everywhere.
Yeah, because he's everywhere. He doesn't have to leave one place to go to another place. He's already there. It's called omnipotence.
But of course, human mind is kind of hard to.
What's that?
I'm trying to say that human mind is kind of like very difficult to kind of comprehend that.
Yeah, the human mind always wants to bring everything back into our reality, back into the literal fleshly mindset. Because if we're in the mind of the flesh, we see the spiritual understandings as cartoonish. We think it's out of our realm, so therefore it can't be true. That's why Yahuwah searches for people who understand that they have to worship him in spirit and truth, because Yahuwah is Ruach. Okay, we're done with chapter 6. Y'all want to stop there, or you want to do chapter 7 or stop? We've been on for 3 hours and 13 minutes at this point. How you feeling, Phyllis?
I'm ready to stop.
Okay. All right, we're going to stop here then at the end of 6, and we'll do 7 next week.
I'm just mad because Phil wouldn't let me read. That's all.
Now hold on. I was just going to say something that you were going to read. Ladies and gentlemen, for your listening pleasure, next week, John chapter 7, Phyllis will be reading.
Sign for Phyllis.
Yes.
I'll read half with you, Sister Phyllis.
Guys, what are you doing? Leaving me out in the wilderness. No, I enjoyed reading that. I needed to read that today. Thank you, fellow. I did.
All right, I'm concluding chapter 6 done. And open mic session. Now you guys talk about whatever you want. You want to talk about hamburgers and cheeseburgers? Go for it.
All right, guys, I'm hopping off. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, everyone.
See you.
Shabbat shalom.
Maybe bye-bye. Maybe Sandra will come on and sing for us.
I found the song. I wrote a little more to it. Yes.
Oh, you found that song. Oh, listen, I have Phil listen to this song. This is so pretty.
Okay. Let me hold on one sec. Yahuwah is with you. Yahuwah is for you. Yahuwah is always with you. When you have Yahuwah with you, know He always has your back. And you never have to stress again. He pours His Ruach HaKodesh upon you. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah is with you. Yahuwah is for you. Yahuwah is greater than all of these things. If Elohim is for you, then who can be against you? Yahuwah is our help when life seems so bleak. Just look to Yahuwah and shine on. Hallelujah.
That was great.
Thanks.
Good job.
Phil, you should have done what a lot of people do, set up a camera to watch you put that tire on your motorcycle. I think that would be fun. I would love to see it.
There's a lot of people that do that already, but yeah, I should have done that. I have a GoPro camera, but they're not as easy to set up as you think.
Really?
Well, it just seems like they aren't. I don't know. And I got some other cameras too, but anyway.
Another easy way is if you get one of those ring light camera holders, it'll hold your phone, or it'll hold a small tablet. They work really well. I have one.
Good idea.
All right. What about Philippians 2?
All right.
Philippians 2, verses 5 through 11. Maybe you want to read along and I can sing it. So Philippians 2, I'm going to start with, verse 5. For let his mind be in you, which was also in Mashiach, who being the essence of Yahuwah, considered not theft to be the same as Yahuwah, yet emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, and came to be in the likeness of man. In the likeness of man. And having been perceived in the form of a man, he humbled himself and became obedient to death. Death even of a stake. Yahuwah therefore has highly exalted him and giving him the name which is above every name, that at the name of Yahusha every knee should bow, of those in heaven and of those on earth and of those under the earth, and every tongue should confess that Yahuwah is Yahusha Mashiach, to the esteem of Yahuwah the Father. Hallelujah.
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 Thank you so much, sister. That was so beautiful. I like being able to read along. It helps me to understand.
Hey, sorry, your mic is
Your mic,
muted.
sis.
Oh yeah, that I like for people to read along because of my accent, so you can understand exactly what I'm singing.
I'm sitting here putting labels on the chapter at the beginning of each book in my B1V. I can't find these. The book's fast enough when Mark wants us to read along, so I'm putting little labels.
That's cool. I always wanted to put labels in mine because I have a hard time finding them too.
Yeah, it helps. It helps a lot.
Look, Sister Phyllis. Sister Yami's got some labels.
Oh my goodness. Where did you get those labels? They're perfect. Just an office store or what? Your mic's off.
Raul ordered them in the
Okay.
internet, but I don't remember. So we got 2 sets, one for his and one for mine. It helps.
I just need to know what to call it. I
Ah,
can look for it.
yeah. I'll ask him.
The only place I've seen them is the Sefer.net. They had an option you could order it with the tabs or with the labels,
You know, I have it too, yeah.
but you have to
Sefer?
put them in the book yourself.
But I just don't know how to really kind of, well, set it up. I don't really know how to do that. But hey, you know, when Yahuwah says, I am Yahuwah, and my esteem I do not give to another, right? So then we go to, for example, like John 13, 31 and 32. There we can see, when therefore he went out, Yahushua said, now the son of Adam has been esteemed, and Elohim has been esteemed in him. If Elohim has been esteemed in him, Elohim shall also esteem him in himself, and straightway esteem him. So that's also the thing, you know, when, because, you know, people kind of cause this stumbling block, you know, they're separate when they're actually one. So, you know, that I just wanted to just clarify that, you know.
Well, where were you? Because there was one word I didn't understand.
No, I was just trying to understand because Yahuwah says in Yeshayahu 42:8 that I'm Yahuwah.
Yashia. Okay.
And my esteem I do not give to another.
Right.
But then in John or Yahukanon chapter 13, verse 31 and 32, it says that the son of Adam has been esteemed, and how Elohim has been esteemed in him. So that therefore that means that
he's not giving his esteem to another because
yeah,
he
because
is
he's already being esteemed.
It is him. Okay. Yeah. Very good.
Because in Yahukanon 1 it says, and the word became flesh and pitched his tent among us, and we saw his esteem, right? Of the wait, how does it say? It says we saw his esteemed as of an only begotten of the Father, full of favor and truth. So because already seeing his esteem, so he's already being esteemed in him, right? So that's that really came to mind right now. So that's really amazing right now to know that. Because I mean, obviously it makes sense if he says that the Elohim is esteeming him, and then he says later in chapter 14, if you had known me, you would know my Father too. From now on, you know him and have seen. And Philip still didn't know and said, Master, show us the Father, and that is enough for us. And then he says, have I been with you for so long, and you have not known me, Philip? He who has seen me has seen the Father. And how do you say, show us the Father, right? So they make sense. Because he's already been esteemed, and he is, obviously, the Father, because, he's the everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, so, it makes sense. Because Yahuwah does not give his esteem to another, so, yeah. Because some people say, like, oh, he's not the Father, but he's just the Messiah, but yet don't understand some things.
I didn't really understand the fullness of the esteem of Yahusha either until Mark. I mean, he just, and I know he harps on it, but his harping on it and talking about it over and over is finally getting it into my being that he is the fullness. It's so funny because even though I've had it with head knowledge most of my life, not all my life, but just hearing Mark talk about it over and over really helps me a lot to understand. Oh, there's the website. Oh, okay. Thank you, Rob. Got it.
It also helps me understand too, because some people really cause the stumbling block, and I have to really just make sure I read it myself and have an understanding, because you have to, because I think it's somewhere it says like go precept upon precept, scripture upon scripture, right? So that we can understand and not just go cherry picking and not stay in the subject, But also, yeah, I was trying to say, because the fullness of Yahushua, right? It also in Colossians chapter 1 and 2 really explains as well, because all the completeness was pleased to dwell, which means all the completeness of Yahuwah was pleased to dwell, and through him he restored us to favor. And then later it says that because in him all that is esteemed, all the fullness of Yahuwah dwells in him bodily. Restored us to favor.
Who is this that's joined us?
Brother Cato.
Oh, Brother Cato. You threw me off so much with that headdress. Oh, boy. There you are, brother. Good to see you again. Your mic's not on.
It's been a minute. Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Cool. I woke up super late. Been a minute. Can you hear me now? It's all late. I woke up super late. I just wanted to put my email in for Draz if he's still around.
Yeah, sure, I'm here.
I just wanted to put my email in for Draz if he's still around. It's a lag. Oh, oops. Are you in the States, Draz?
No, not really. I'm actually in
Okay.
England.
All right. Here we go. Are you in the States, Draz? Loud.
Do you have your YouTube page still open?
I don't know what's going on here. Oh, I got another TV thing on. Yeah. That's probably what it is. Yeah.
Kinsley, you look like a queen.
Oh, here.
Thank you.
Okay, I got it. I got your.
Got it. Cool. Oh yeah. Got it. All right. That's better. Now I can't hear anything.
We can hear you.
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we hear you.
Oh, cool. All right. Yeah. How was Shabbat?
It was good.
How many chapters did you do? 3?
No, we actually did one only.
Just one?
chapter
Okay, cool.
6.
I'm super out of it. Good to see you, Ralph. Raul, sorry.
Nice seeing you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm trying to work on making my own
You're
t-shirts.
early. It's 12 over there now, right?
Yeah, it's early for me. At the crack of noon. I was walking around. Oh, not walking. I like really ruined my leg this week. It's really bad now. So both legs are bad. And I was using that flute as a walking stick. It works pretty good.
Don't let any musician hear you say that.
Oh no, there's a tennis ball in the bottom of it. So. So yeah, that's my email address. If you got it, got it.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, like Phil was saying last week, like you're really good at pulling scripture out of just nowhere. So
Yeah, I
pick your brain a little. And I've never seen your face, so I'm not asking you to show your face, but like, as long as you're not AI.
I actually use my phone, so sometimes I kind of move around and all that. So
He actually revealed himself to us last week.
Did he? Oh, I missed it.
I was sick last week.
You missed it too. Hopefully he'll bless you all with his vision. I think visage was the correct word. I'm sorry.
Visage. What's that mean?
The image of the picture of
Visage.
of somebody's face.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I got like this scriptures memorized, but they just come automatically.
Do you know the address of each scripture, or you just where, or you just know it's written, and you know the
I
passage?
just know it's written. Yeah, I know
Yeah.
exact passage and exact chapter and verse.
Yeah.
I'm sure Mark knows this, but Scripture hasn't always had verses and chapters, and they. I don't think they did when they, the Tanakh, the Torah. It wasn't written down for a longest time, and people just had to remember whole sections.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because since childhood, they had to kind of like memorize, the Torah and the prophets.
So Yahusha was saying, you have seen it written, or as it is said in the prophets or whatever. Or he'll just mention the prophet's name he's quoting, which book.
Yeah, for example, he says, did Yeshayahu said that, for example, like they kind of like that their hearts are from him because they are walking according to the traditions and commandments of men. But also Paul talks about this too, that they shall perish, because they go according to the traditions and commandments of men. That's actually in Colossians chapter 2, verse 22 and 23. Verse 22 and 23.
Got some gold ones. Look really nice.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm so jealous. I was so proud of how I had done this by hand by making my own little tabs, and all of you have these nice, neat looking things. I'm fixing it.
They have some nice ones that are in black, and it matches the cover with like gold letters.
Oh.
Yeah, but they're like $12, so I went with the cheap one. These are white with gold. So Amazon.
Yeah.
I sent you via text the black ones he's talking about, Phyllis. I sent you two different ones.
Oh, did you? I only let me look.
I sent the BYNV to a friend. I gave him the brown ones. They look really nice too, brown.
No, I'm trying to ask, like, how do you set them up? Those chapter and all that.
Oh, so they give you like this page guide for every tab gets like a section, like an inch off. So you put the tab on the marker, and make sure not to get 2 pages stuck together, because then you got to do surgery.
But I just don't know how to really set it up, so I don't really know how to do that.
It's cool because you know how Lou has the chapters in the order that he finds best, like John first, and people are used to going Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, so that kind of knocks that out. Because I had problems like looking in the order. I'm used to the KJV order.
I think that the reason why he put it John first is because it's the announcement of the coming of the light.
Yep.
Because it says in the beginning, so it also has to, the Besorah has to also start in the beginning, because
in the beginning,
the book itself, also starts in the beginning. Elohim created the heavens and the earth. So it kind of makes sense that it will, the Besorah will also start with in the beginning, announcing the second time.
Yeah.
Which is of the coming of the light, which is Yahuwah.
So cool. It's kind of like a reiteration.
Mm-hmm.
And
a place to begin.
Mm-hmm. But is it chronological, or do you know?
I think it is actually. That it is actually chronological, because the John is actually the first Besorah, because it announces the coming of the light. The Savior, Deliverer, the Lamb of Yahuwah, and all that. So it would make sense that John was first.
It was Lou's intention, from the best he could learn from his studies, that he did it. The entire book is in chronological order, as well as you can do it.
And also, what's really cool is it also announces, the great falling away. Like warns. And then, because first is the coming of the light, and then it's about the falling away.
The spirit that's hovering over the face of the waters in Genesis, is that like kind of alluded to in John? Or is that just the Ruach?
That's just the rock of Yahuwah.
It's deep.
Are you leaving us, Ro? I guess he is.
Shalom, bro.
Shalom.
Actually, I also study a little bit of Greek. I always go to interlinear, for example, like Romans or whatever. Always go to interlinear, and then there I actually found these, for example, like Greek words, for example, lawlessness or whatever, tornlessness, which is, for example, in Greek, anomia, right? So, for example, if we go to Romans chapter 6, verse 19, it uses the Greek word anomia like 2 times, which refers to, disobedience, lawlessness, disregard of Yahuwah's Torah, or by his living word. So, when even people, preach this gospel of lawlessness, that's how I warn kind of like Christians, for example, in Twitter,
Yeah.
and I just point it out.
You on Twitter?
Yeah, I'm Twitter, yeah.
What's your Twitter? Put it up. Or in the private chat. Folly, what is it?
Actually, I think I can send it.
Oh, cool. Sweet.
The link.
I've got like 2 for the projects. 2 followers.
I also have a TikTok too,
Oh yeah. Oh man, that stuff gives me a headache. I feel like it's radiating every time you turn on the app. It's just like this.
Yeah.
It just feels so like weird.
I've heard of it called witch talk before, so I stay off. I don't go on there.
Oh, you're all talking about Twitter?
No, I think TikTok is named TikTok because it wastes your time, and time's running out, and they're telling you right now you're going to be wasting your time on TikTok because people spend hours on the thing, hours.
Only thing what I do is just I'm kind of like a worker of harvest, as yesterday was a really great study of Mark. Kind of like searching for the lost sheep of Yisrael. In a way, trying to warn them and all that stuff.
Yeah,
So
you can only tell someone so much.
Yeah, so I gave you the link to my Twitter.
Tight. Sweet.
I can also give the link to TikTok too.
I did. I'd say you got an IG, I could spy and look at your face.
I do have, yeah.
Grandma Sunshine, are you free this week to talk?
I should be. I'm not going to be doing anything on that Xmas day for sure.
Oh, what a great time to do that. Yeah, we could start off with why we don't do it.
That's fine.
I hardly got to ask you anything that first time you were on, so I felt like kind of bad that you were just sticking around. Like,
I just like to be in the light, the back light, in the background. I'm a background person.
I think Zippy's my favorite cat.
Pretty much mine too.
He's so cool. Yeah. It's today what's today? Oh, okay. I realized I don't have a new calendar for next year.
Oh.
I don't have it either.
Neither do we.
We've had it available all year. We're running out. You better get them ordered. Or you could just download the sheet for free off of our website.
That's true. I put those patches on my jacket, the Natsarim patches. They look super cool.
Oh.
Sewed on. Yeah.
Nice.
All the brothers are like, yo, where'd you get that? Like, go to Toro Zone.
Actually, I also have this, Ten Command, like Los Lunas Stone Covenant. It's really cool, but I just don't know. It's kind of like, it's not really like all the way straight. I don't know how to straighten it, but
Oh, in Paleo.
yeah, well, it's just like a Los Lunas Covenant, and it says the 10 words of Yahuwah, Aseret Had Damarim Al Yahuwah, and then it says, I'm Yahuwah Elohim.
That's cool.
That was actually Brother Rick who sent me like the books of Lou and some stickers and all that. It's so cool. So I actually have like all the books of the, all the books of Lou White. I just kind of don't really have the Torah zone. Like, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. That's kind of the one that's just missing. But I mean, I can always buy it.
Which one is it?
Oh, the one that I'm missing is just Torah zone. The book Torah zone, where it says we do not wrestle against flesh and blood.
Well, now
Where there's, when there is a dragon and the knight.
You can order that one on Amazon.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I will.
You might
So
even be able to
basically,
buy cheap for cheap.
I like the used ones.
But I actually already have like the volumes 1 and 2, and of course this full version of the B&V. But I have like all the books. I just need one book, and that's it. And I have
That's it? And you completed it?
Yeah, because my brother, brother Rick sent me from the States, and I just really appreciate it.
It's all right. I've got a brother in Pakistan. He's trying to get all the teachings he can translated into Urdu, because it's kind of hard to be a believer out there.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, there's a few people from Pakistan reaching out to anyone they can for like help. Feels kind of urgent the way they word it. So.
But then you know that Islam is kind of like our enemy, because I mean,
they're cousins.
Because you know that this religion, Islam, their Quran teaches to destroy, slaughter, and kill.
Mm-hmm.
But we can also see that this prophesying about Yahusha way before Islam. He says, for example, John chapter 10 verse 10, he says, the thief does not, that this is him warning his sheep. The thief does not come except to steal and to kill and to destroy. I have come that they might possess life, and that they might possess it beyond measure. Then when we go, for example, chapter 16, verse 2, this is of course about Islam, which really comes to mind, because I say, they will put you out of the assemblies, but an hour is coming when everyone who kills you shall think he is rendering service to Elohim. And this they shall do to you, because they did not know the Father nor me. So that really makes sense, that because they kill people and they think they're rendering service to Elohim. Then we can also see that warned by Paul too, when he was warning with tears. That's in Acts chapter 20, 29 to 31, who says, or for example 28, therefore take heed to yourself and all the flock among which the Ruach HaKodesh has made you overseers to shepherd the assembly of Elohim, which he has purchased with his own blood. But then he warns with tears, saying, for I know this, after my departure, savage wolves shall come in among you, not sparing the flock. Also from among yourselves men shall arise, speaking disordered teachings, to drive away the Talmudim after themselves. Therefore watch, remembering that for 3 years, day and night, I did not cease to warn each one with tears.
Aren't those the prophets with sackcloth?
Yeah. It's kind of like a savage wolves, where it comes to kind of like destroy and seek to destroy and steal and slaughter the sheeps. So that was really mind blowing to me when I kind of got to that scripture.
There's something in the Quran that says, it says Allah is the great. No one deceives better than Allah. Like he's the best deceiver.
Best of deceiver. Yeah.
Isn't that the nickname for Hashatan?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But in Quran it says, for example, like you can enslave, for sex and all that, and then it says kill Jews and Christians if they do not convert to pay whatever tax. I don't know. Then that it says crucify and amputate non-Muslims. All this, all this nonsense, which is satanic verses.
Have you heard what they do to persecute Christians out in the Middle East? They paint N on their door for Nazari or Nazrani. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's what the hashtag here is. It's we are N is an awareness to that,
So
saying
that means that
we are Nazarene.
They kind of have this hatred towards Natsarim.
Oh, I'm used to the hate.
Yeah. But I mean, that kind of makes sense because Yahusha himself warned his sheep. So that's really interesting.
You'd be surprised how much he's just quoting the Tanakh mostly. Like, that's authority.
Yeah. Because he's also the prophet like Moses, Musha.
Did anyone prepare the way for Moses? No.
No, but Yahuwah said in, I think, Malachi 3 that he shall send a messenger, which is Yahukanon the Immerser, to prepare the way to Yahuwah. So basically, Yahukanon the Immerser was the lesser light, and Yahusha was the greater light. So that's what I'm talking about, that it makes sense, that the Bazaar of Yahusha would start with the second announcement in the beginning. So it makes sense. Announcement of the coming of the light.
Does anyone have the book of Matthew in Hebrew? Like how it's originally written?
Oh yeah, I think I kind of found some once. And when I go all the way to the 28, for example, he says immerse them in my name. Because we can see in all the way through Acts, they say, be immersed in the name of Yahusha, and you shall receive the gift of the Ruach HaKodesh.
And since it's the same name, it's pretty much, well, I did that logo. I don't know if you guys seen the Instagram, but I had some help with it. Shout out to my silent partner. They watch every week and they don't say anything in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I brought a troll with me. Here, I'll show you guys. Instagram. Oh, I also don't know how to type with 10 fingers, so I'm like a monkey on a keyboard. How would I share this? Am I able to share a screen? Let's see. Never done that. I'll just put the link up.
You might be able to do it with the present button.
Alright. If anyone goes to Instagram.com/Natsarim Projects, the second one from the top.
Oh, is your Natsarim Projects?
Yeah, Natsarim Projects.
Is it the one with 8 subscribers or?
The Twitter?
Yeah. No,
Whoa,
I mean
I'm blown up.
YouTube. I mean YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's my personal one that I don't post anything up on. Like I have like one video from 10 years ago or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you know any good editing, like video editing programs? Because
Okay, I followed you.
sweet. That's a huge percentage. It's one more follower. But I did like
what do
yeah.
you mean about the editing?
Oh well, I was using CapCut, and the video that I tried to post up is just not synced up, and at first it's good, and then it just kind of lags, and the whole thing is just stalled.
Well,
I tried over and over.
I kind of use that CapCut. I mean, it's good. Just have to go here and there.
I think it's better for shorter videos, maybe like up to an hour, but mine was like 2 hours. I just couldn't handle it. It's a free one, free app. But yeah, well yeah, if you click that link, it's the second picture. I don't know if you guys see it. Here's me.
Is it the picture like where it says Yahuwah delivers, or?
Yeah, that's one. Yeah. So I put like 1 day, and that's the red, I guess, covered, and then the 6 days you work in blue.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Well, that's what Yahusha means, right? Yahuwah delivers, or I'm your deliverance.
Yeah, Yahuwah delivers. Yeah.
So call now.
That's cool.
I think it'd be a cool shirt.
Yeah. I followed you too. I don't go on there very often, but
Thanks.
you're welcome.
Appreciate you.
Okay,
yeah.
so you also have the restoration scripture through name.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got all the restored name versions. Well, it's not
It
many.
also has does it have the literally Yahuwah, Yahusha? Does it have like Yahweh and all that, or just?
For RSTNE, no, they're legit. They're Yahuwah Yahusha.
Okay.
I've got the one with notes in it. So his study notes. If you open Galatians, it's just like half of it is notes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's like showing you everything he's got. Hold on, I'll be right back. My aunt's calling. Yep.
I definitely need that scripture. The study one, because Galatians. Yeah. I mean, of course. I mean, like what I'm saying is, Mark gave a good insight, but
I like that catch up with Yahuwah, the catch up sign. It says, let us, the vegetable, praise and relish him, because he loves me from my head to tomatoes. That's cool.
Yeah.
That would be a cool shirt too.
Absolutely.
Brother Cato, you left your microphone on.
I don't think he hears because he has the headphones.
다 있어. 없어. 가까이.
Actually, myself, I read other scripture from different languages. It's really cool. Like 1 John chapter 3 verse 4, it says like everyone who sins violates the Torah. Indeed, sin is violation of the law. That's really cool.
that's like mostly deaf, and she's trying to wish me a Merry Xmas, and I'm like, I can't say nothing back.
You don't know what to say sometimes. If they don't get it, you've told them and you tell them and you tell them and they don't get it, and you just
Yeah, I like how you go through several different
have to be
chapters,
nice.
several different books.
Yeah. John chapter 10 actually talks about the trees and decorating them.
Yeah, what's that tree called? What they call it?
Asherah.
Asherah, yeah.
Does that mean something in Hebrew?
Well, I can actually look up in the linear. I think it will probably explain.
It would be.
I think
what's
in 2 Kings chapter 17 you can find Asherah, I think.
this guy? Like an oracle over here. 2 Kings what?
17, chapter 17. I think it talks about Asherah.
You highly favored. Yeah, Ashur.
Yeah. See, I was
Look at
right.
that. Yeah, it's all over the thing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And he did evil in the eyes of Yahuwah, but not as the sovereigns of Yisrael who were before him. Shalmaneser, sovereign of Ashur, came up against him. Yeah, sovereign of Ashur.
I think it's, I think like...
Asherim, the pillars. Set up themselves pillars and Asherim on every high hill, under every green tree, and burnt incense there on all high places.
Isn't that like verse 4 or...
17, that'd be 17:10.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna have to go to linear and actually see what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they talk about the zodiac and where it comes
set
from.
Up, wooden images, sackcloth pillars.
Mm-hmm. Man, that's old.
Oh, okay, yeah. It says, so it's Strong's Hebrews 8:4-2. It says, a Phoenician goddess, also an image of the same. Image of the same. What's that?
You know, if you look in the glossary in the back of your BYNV, you see where it says Asherah, tree idol, plural, Asherim, seen today in the Christmas tree, a phallic symbol depicting gonads, orbs, and semen is the tinsel.
Yeah, Christmas looks really evil to me. In like now that I look back on it, there's a tree in your house. What's the matter with you? And then you're covering it with stuff that you wouldn't cover anything else with. And you got all this glitter on you, and your kids are ungrateful, and it just makes the whole relating to someone spoiled. Like gifts ruin all kinds of things. Like someone gives you a gift, and now you're obligated to like esteem their efforts for you. You know.
No, they kind of gave a not really good explanation what Asherah really is, because it says like it's a Phoenician goddess, also an image of the same. I don't know what that same really means. Image of the same. I don't get it.
You see this in Strong's?
Yeah, Strong's Concordance. I don't really know what that is.
I've got a Strong's. Hold on.
Okay, so it says a symbol of this goddess, a sacred tree or pole set up near an altar, which is prohibited in Deuteronomy 16, verse 1. It says, it's the goddess of the sacred tree, or something.
There's a big one. So is yours like set up like with Vine's dictionary?
Actually, I just go I mean, I don't really literally have like a Strong Concordance book, but I just look it up on the Google.
All right, maybe we could find something in the book.
Maybe the book actually explains it better.
The book's cool. It's got this stuff in the back, like the calendar, weights and measures, money, feasts. Kind of cool.
That's really cool. Yeah. I just think it's really important to kind of like have Strong's concordance, so you can kind of like study a bit more what certain word means.
Yeah.
For example, there's in Greek, for example, the word anomia, which means like lawlessness, disobedience, without Torah.
Yeah. Here we go. A B A Ash.
Asherah.
And when they say it's exhaustive, I see so much work being having been done to this, like focused effort, very focused, exhaustive. Not as fast as you, Jazz. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that lexicon also has Strong's concordance. I think lexicon.
That's my aunt. Hold on, I'll be back.
Well, Kinsley, it's basically you and me and the boys.
Yeah.
I don't really have anything else to say or contribute. I'm just listening to these boys talk. They're smarter than I am sometimes. How are you doing?
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Bella kind of had a wild experience at the store the other day, and I kind of felt bad that I didn't have the time to stop and like kind of explain about Christmas to this one lady, because the lady with the red bucket, at first, like the first few times I had to run in and out of Walmart, she didn't say Merry Xmas, but then she said it when I left, and I was kind of just like, Merry Xmas, but it was the Salvation Army. Yeah, that's what it was. But it was such a crazy experience because when I had to go back to Walmart again because I left my stuff I had to return at home, I had to go back home, come back with Bella, and then bring Bella in, and then she started barking really bad because there was another service dog in there. Started barking. So some Walmart lady said I had to go out and take her outside because she didn't want something bad to happen. And then so I took her outside and we were waiting for the dog to leave. And Bella somehow jumped, like she was up here on my arm, and like she jumped out of her service harness and she ran after the dog, and they started barking at each other. And then I had to go get her and then get her back in her harness. I had to put her in a cart so I could put her back in her harness. And we went back into the store and everything was fine then. But then since all that chaos happened, when I left after that, the lady that said Merry Christmas, I felt bad because I wanted to explain it to her. But I was like, oh, well.
You know, I don't always explain either. When people say Mary to me, I sometimes, depending upon what I hear from Yahusha, I just say, and you also, and you, or thank you, or I just, because they're just not going to listen.
I say divorce Christmas. Merry Christmas, divorce Christmas.
Do what? What?
Divorce.
Divorce Christmas.
Okay, I got Ashtaroth. Sorry.
Okay, tell us about Asherah.
Okay, so at the top it says Ashtaroth. See Ashtrite or Ashtaroth, all the many ways, of God of the Philistines, Phoenicians, and Zidonians. The master and served Baal, the master and served Baalim, and from among you, let's see, yeah, so pretty much Baal, right? Yeah, Gilead, Levitical city of Manasseh, suburbs. Family name of Uzziah, Ashtarothite, and then Ashtaroth is a city in Og, smote the Rephaims in Karnaim, Genesis 14. So I guess it doesn't. Asherites. Guess he. Okay, that's where the giants dwelt. Well, Goliath was a Philistine. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't much help.
Oh yeah, Asherah actually he is more. In Canaanite religion, her primary role was the mother of goddess. Of mother goddess.
Be right
Mhm.
back.
Canaanites associate Asherah with the sacred trees, and association also found in the Israelite tradition.
Mm.
So it's more like a mother goddess or
Hmm.
sacred trees.
Let me guess. It goes back to Nimrod.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's like Nimrod came in like this human or maybe giant form. He might have been a giant, like leftover some sort of giant.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
well,
from
it
the
does
flood,
say
but
that he was. It does say that he was a mighty hunter, trying to be like Elohim.
there's another, like, if you translate his name, it's called named Urta, which Doug Hamp says. I put it on the show. I should probably like remember what he said, but they call them a gigas, which means giant, like gigante, giga, like giga.
Yeah.
So, and his name means let's rebel.
Mm.
Yeah.
But the Christmas is actually solar feast of Sol Invictus.
Whoa.
So for example, in Catholic Encyclopedia it says the well-known solar feast of Natalis Invicti, celebrated on December 25th, has a strong
They
claim
do.
for the responsibility of our Christmas date.
Whoa. Say that again. In the Catholic Encyclopedia.
Yeah, it says the well-known solar feast of Natalis Invicti, which is Sol Invictus, celebrated on December 25th, has a strong claim for the responsibility of our Christmas date.
They explain it away right there.
Mm. And also
Whoa.
it says about the origins of Christmas. It says the origin of Christmas stemmed from both the pagan and Roman cultures.
They admit it.
Yeah, it says the Romans actually celebrated two holidays in the month of December. The first was Saturnalia, which was a 2-week festival honoring their god agriculture, Saturn. On December 25th, they celebrate the birth of Mithra, the sun god. So it's actually this kind of cult, Mithraism cult, sun worship.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, sun worship. Yeah.
Is it
Basically,
Egyptian?
Yeah. Yeah, isn't the Egyptian god also like Ra, the sun deity?
The sun, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if you pronounce AMN incorrectly, you're kind of, I'm not saying you are, but like you might be invoking the name. Like ooh.
But in Scripture, Yahuwah says, "Do not do the same things as the Mithrites, the Egyptians." But as you know, nothing's new under the sun.
People are trying to cram Egypt down everyone's throat.
Yeah.
It's hard to. There's a way to chop it down real fast. Like, there's a quick scripture I've heard, like it's really easy if you just like know where to go.
I think that the best book to really have knowledge about this is Fossilized Customs and Wormwood. They're really great books. I actually started reading Wormwood, and it's just really amazing. I actually like.
Oh, I didn't know there was Wormwood. I got Nimrod recently. That one's cool.
Yeah.
Abraham was born in Nimrod, like a city called Nimrod, was it?
Wasn't he born like in?
Let me see.
Because he was originally like idol worshiper. Then he
Abraham was?
all the idols.
Oh, his father, I think.
Yeah, but then he destroyed the idols, and Yahuwah chose him to be the father of all nations.
Oh, I think he was born in the same place as Nimrod. I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay. Called Ur of the Chaldees.
Does it say something like about Mesopotamia or something? I don't know. I heard.
It says Sumerian city in Ur.
Oh, okay.
About 200 miles southeast of Baghdad in lower Mesopotamia. Okay, there it is.
But I think that Abraham was originally, idol worshiper, and then he destroyed the idols.
I think his father's idols, right?
Yeah, but didn't he do the same thing as his father? And then later he destroyed his idols.
Yeah, in the middle of the night or something, right?
I just don't really remember that story. I don't really know. Or isn't it in Genesis? I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just don't know which chapter, but it's just really interesting.
So
So his name was Abram, and then
it's
it was
the duty of
Abraham.
kings. Yeah. Let's see. Look it up deep. Man, without Google, we'd be screwed. So we need more Drazes out there.
Oh yeah, he destroyed idols, and that's in. Let's see.
That's in his father Terah was an idol maker, a merchant in Ur. Abraham took. Yeah.
Let's
see.
Wait, I don't really know.
There we go. This is in. Oh, this is an entire book they've linked me to. So when he found himself alone with the idols of his father, he took hold of an axe, smashed all but the largest, and then, in a gesture of contempt, rested the axe on the arm of the largest idol. When Abraham's father saw this and destroyed the idols, he was deeply distressed.
Okay, so which chapter is that?
Man, they're like really not trying to say anything.
Maybe it's 11, maybe?
Genesis. Exit through the gift shop. Smash. All right. Yeah, you're like worshiping keychains and stuff. Like,
that's actually an interesting verse. For example, Bereshit 11:5. Then Yahuwah came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men had built. It's really cool that he himself came down and see it.
Wait, who came down?
Yahuwah.
Oh, he did.
Then Yahuwah came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men had built. And Yahuwah said, look, they are one people and they have one language, and this is what they begin to do.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're not going to be withheld from doing whatever they plan to do. I think that's about Babel, yeah. That is why its name was called Babel, because there Yahuwah confused the language of all the Arets. And from there Yahuwah scattered them over the face of the earth. That's really cool.
Why is this so hard to find? Am I typing in something wrong?
Oh yeah, it was actually his first time appearing to Abram is chapter 12, verse 7.
11:32 or 12. Okay. 12 verse 7?
Yeah, it says, and Yahuwah appeared to Abram and said, to your seed I give this land. And he built there an altar to Yahuwah who had appeared to him.
Okay, and then 11:32. Tarach. So it's the genealogy after the flood. Smasher of idols. Yeah, I've tore down like a Virgin Mary like a few times at houses. I shouldn't have done that, but like I just tore it down. Like no one lives here anymore. Smash. It's trash to me. It's a deception. But some people like trash. Dumpster diving for your idols. Maybe there's someone screaming at their screen. It's Genesis 12:50.
Yeah.
Hey, brothers, I love you all, but I think I'm going to jump off here. I'm not sure what we're discussing right now. I kind of lost train of what you all were talking about. If I could figure out what you're talking about, I'd
Okay,
stay on.
yeah, we're talking about Abraham destroying idols because
Yeah, we're looking for it.
Because I kind of think like, wasn't he like originally an idol worshiper or?
Oh,
I don't know.
It started with Nimrod.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just got kind of disconnected for a minute, and then I saw Sister Kinsley was gone, and I don't know if I'm needed here anymore, really. I'm just listening and learning. I don't have anything to contribute.
Yeah.
It's the nerd hour on Spark and News, yeah.
Okay.
I'm speaking for myself.
We're kind of trying to figure things out.
Yeah, that stuff you guys are looking for there about Abraham and that idol worship and all that, Father's, that's in the Apocrypha, man. It's in Yasher and Jubilees.
Yeah, I was only finding Yasher.
Yeah, Yasher and Jubilees. There's also one called the Apocrypha of Abraham. It's in that one too.
Whoa,
yeah, that,
never heard of that.
Yeah, it's all Apocrypha. You're not going to find that in the 66 canon.
I really thought it was in the Genesis, but I didn't think it was.
If you have the cipher.
Oh, yeah, I do have it, yeah.
Yasher, Jubilees.
The Sefer has the Abraham Apocrypha?
No, it has Jasper and Jubilees.
Okay, so here it says.
I didn't mean Apocrypha. I meant Apocalypse of Abraham. It's in that one. Yeah. That's the
It was actually Jasher chapter 11, verse 16. It says that Abram came to his father's house and saw 12 mighty ones standing there in their temples, and the anger of Abram was kindled when he saw the images in his father's house.
I might jump back on in a minute, but I got to get this. My aunt's hard of hearing, so I'll be back.
And then it says in verse 17, and Abraham said, as Yahuwah lives, these images shall not remain in my father's house, so shall Yahuwah, who created me, do unto me if in 3 days' time I do not break them all. Again, it says that it burned and all that.
Yeah, I don't think Abraham was worshiping the idols. I think his dad was, and he didn't. But then he got sick of it, and while he was in there cleaning, dusting them off and stuff like that, he just broke them all up to prove to his dad that they weren't real. And nothing could happen to him, because he broke them up. Nothing would happen.
Isn't he like appearing to Abram like in chapter 12, like the first time?
What's that?
Like, isn't Yahuwah appearing to Abram like in chapter 12 for the first time?
What are you talking about, Genesis?
Yeah, or was it like 11?
Probably.
Because I mean, 11 is like, because Yahuwah came down and to see the city which the tower which the sons of men built, which is the Babel. So isn't it in 12 when he first time appears to Abram? Because he said like, and Yahuwah said to Abram to go yourself your land. And then he said, I shall make you a great nation and bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing.
If I recall, at first he leaves with his dad. Everybody, they all go. They head up out of Babel up north there, more up north. And after his dad dies, that's when Abraham goes to Canaan.
Yeah.
I think they go to Ur or something like that. Yeah, I think he calls Abraham somewhere around Genesis 12.
Yeah.
Somewhere around in there.
Yeah, ever since Chad told me the inconsistencies of Jasher, I just kind of like filed that under like, I didn't throw it away, but it's like at the bottom of a bunch of books. Thanks, Chad.
It says, and Terach took his son Abram and his grandson Lot, son of Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarah, his son Abram's Asha, and they went out with them from Ur of the Chaldeans to go to the land of Canaan. And they came to Haran and dwelt there, and the Yom of Terach came to be 205 years, and Terach died in Haran. And then Yahusha said to Abram, go yourself out of your land, from your relative, from your father's house, to a land which I will show you. Now I'll make you a great nation and bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I shall bless those who bless you and curse him who curses you, and in you all the clans of your wretch shall be blessed. And he took Sarah and his possessions he acquired in Haran and set out for the land of Canaan. And they came to the land of Canaan. At the time, the Canaanites were in the land. So that's Canaanite. Canaan is Israel.
Alexa, dining room on.
I kind of don't know where did people get this claim that, because they say WH is Canaanite deity. Like, no, it's the I don't really get it. Why do they say that Yahuwah is the Canaanite deity? I don't get it. Because he's the mighty one of the Hebrews.
You mean YHWH?
Well, I mean it's Yahuwah, but
Oh,
you say yeah,
No, it's well. Actually, I looked this up. So I guess the letter after K is not to be uttered. E, hockey stick. I mean, it's a big stretch, but so many words have that sound in it. Hell, bell, spell. And if you're deliberately saying it to, like, I mean, it's EL. But this deity has sons, and one of his sons is YHWH, the way they say it incorrectly, Yah. I really don't like uttering. Anyway. Yeah, so I looked it up, and then it's funny, I have both screenshots. One week, I typed in Canaanite deity EL, and it pops up, and it shows his sons. The next week, I looked it up again, and the Yahweh is gone. Like
they just make things up.
Yeah. I looked it up, and it's like it's purposely done, and people purposely say it that way for a reason. It's all just one big farce, cover up, switcheroo.
Because like when you go to Genesis chapter 5, it literally says that Yahuwah is the Elohim of the Hebrews.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it's 5 verse 3, and they said, the Elohim of the Hebrews had met with us. Please let us go 3 Omim journey into the wilderness and slaughter to Yahuwah or Elohim, lest he fall upon us with the pestilence or with the sword. So basically, they're making things up. They're saying like it's a Canaanite even. It's actually mighty one of the Hebrews.
It's not 5:3. Where'd you look?
Yeah, it's Exodus chapter 5.
Oh, Exodus. I was looking Genesis.
Yeah, because that's the mighty one of Moshe and Jacob and Abraham. Abraham and Isaac and all that, right? They're just making things up, man.
Wow.
Because Yahuwah says in chapter 6, verse 3, and I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Jacob as Al Shaddai, and by my name Yahuwah was I not known to them? And
This is
also
in Exodus?
my covenant with them to give them the land of
Yeah.
Canaan. Yeah, that's chapter 6. In which they have sojourned, and I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel whom the Mitzrites are enslaving, and I have remembered my covenant.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, that, say therefore the children of Israel, I am Yahuwah, and I shall bring you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrites, and shall deliver you from their enslaving, and shall redeem you with an outstretched arm and with great judgment. I shall take you as my people, and I shall be your Elohim. And you shall know that I am Yahuwah your Elohim, who is bringing you out of under the burdens of the Mitzrites. So yeah, they're just making things up.
What a world.
Yeah.
What a bunch of lies. What time is it over there, Jess?
For me, it's 11:32 p.m. 33 p.m.
On Shabbat or after sundown? Okay.
It's already sundown.
Yeah, you guys are ahead, right?
Yeah.
Word.
So actually, here sundown is at about 3 p.m. So sunrise is at 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Are you in an Islamic state?
No. I'm in Finland.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Oh. That's cool. Is it snowing?
Yeah, it's pretty snowy. Yeah, it has
Sweet.
so much snow.
Yeah. So you got hide your face then, almost, don't you? Like.
No, not really. I'm already actually like. Since I lived like almost 19 years, so I already got used to it.
Oh, cool.
The cold.
Have you heard of duct taping your face, like in 0 degree, like below 0?
Well, I mean, here is below 0, but it's not even cold. It's actually cool.
Yeah. I think the coldest I had was 0. I've never been below 0. I've been to 0 degrees.
Actually, I've been below 0. It was actually like, I think the biggest one was like minus 30.
Whew.
That was the most coldest I've ever witnessed.
Sickle.
Yeah.
What? Are there a lot of believers out there?
Well, they're just Christians.
Yeah.
Believing all types of nonsense.
Have you woken anybody up? I'm sure you have.
Well, I mean, trying, but I can only plant the seeds. I can't really just, force them. The only thing I do is just planting the seed, and the rest is for Yahuwah to do the rest.
Yeah, it takes a relationship with people. Like you gotta like kind of speak to them like it's gentle. It's like a real what do I know about gentle? But like it's you got to kind of like finesse it. It's the best way I could say it.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's not a deception finesse. It's more of a. I don't want to call you like, not you, but like someone who's believing in something. You don't want to like offend them to the point where like you've hurt their spirituality. You know.
Yeah.
It's a rough, not rough, but delicate.
But, you know, the only thing I kind of do is just warning Christians not to be lawless.
Right.
Because I always kind of warn, like, always give this Matthew 13, like 41, 42, or what will happen to those who cause sinning. Because in Hebrews chapter 10, it says, if I want to go there.
Hebrews 10.
Yeah, Hebrews 10.
Slow down, preacher.
Verse 26 to 29. Because it says, for if we sin purposely after we have received the knowledge of the truth, there no longer remains a slaughter offering for sins, but some fearsome anticipation of judgment and a fierce fire which is about to consume the opponents. Anyone who has disregarded the Torah of Moshe dies without compassion on the witness of 3 or 3 witnesses. How much worse punishment do you think shall he deserve who has trampled the son of Yahuwah underfoot, counted the blood of the covenant by which he was set apart as common, and insulted the rock of favor?
I just realized Hebrews is right before Revelations in the BYNV.
Yeah. But I mean, that's scary.
Yeah. That's 10, is it?
Yeah, chapter 10, verse 26 to 29.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, it's actually to 31. Because it says, For we know him who has said, vengeance is mine, I shall repay, says Yahuwah. And again, Yahuwah shall judge his people. It is fearsome to fall into the hands of the living Yahuwah.
That's so, yeah. That's
Yeah,
an all red on mine. Like, fearsome.
It's really scary, actually.
It should be a fear that you have, like, ingrained in you. Not like anxiety, but just a knowledge deep inside to never open that door, you know?
Yeah, but you know, we also see in you know, in Luke where Yahusha was showing favor to the thief, who says that but this one has nothing. Like, I think it says something like we do like the deeds what we deserve, but this one has done nothing wrong. And then Yahusha said to him, well, something like, from today you shall be with me in paradise, which is the garden.
But there's a comma there, right? I say to you today, you will be in paradise.
Yeah.
That's correct, because that specifies that he's saying it to him right now. Not he will be in paradise this day, but Yahushua is saying to him, you will be in paradise.
It could also be like, if you reword it, you could say, today I say to you, you will be in paradise.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
So basically, he showed favor to the, you know, to the person. So he actually got delivered, because it says, "You shall be in paradise."
Yeah, but I mean, everyone's waiting for their judgment. Only Yahusha's been
You know,
up
in
there.
Christianity, they kind of say, you know, they always put this thief as an example, like, but you know, like, he only believed and he was saved, right? So they always kind of like put him as an example. But I mean, belief without works is dead, and he will judge according to our works. So
Poor
I mean,
fellows.
but I mean, Yahusha himself showed him favor, because he admitted his sins and what he deserves, right? So that's why he showed him favor. He confessed his sins.
Yeah, he was standing right next to the guy, or propped up next to the guy. Mark, you gonna sing? Just kidding.
Oh,
Okay.
well, not with that voice. You're not going to do it.
Clear your throat. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Max Headroom. Well, looks like it's gonna be a long week. Hey, Draz, can you put your email up, or can you email me?
Yeah, sure.
To the second one, the first one I misspelled.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of wondering, like, what type of things do you need, or?
Draz, did you get my email?
I got yours, Phyllis.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Oh, Phyllis, actually, I think I asked you a question.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, in the BNV, I think I did. Something about the BNV, you know, the symbol or something.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, my aunt again. Sorry. Gotta love her.
Yeah, sorry. So I sent you like a question about the certain symbol that I'm kind of wanting to know.
How did you send it to me?
Oh, I just sent it like in I think it's a Phyllis imitatorzone.net. Your
Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't look at my work email on weekends.
Oh.
That's my work
okay,
computer.
okay.
But I'll answer you tomorrow. When I get back to work.
Yeah, okay.
You want to
Yeah,
ask
sure.
me now?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't. You know, it's just my. You know, my friend was asking. You know, giving me like, what is this symbol, and I didn't really know. So I was kind of like asking you if you can ask Lou what's that symbol
Okay.
really mean.
Okay. Well, I'll pass it on to him.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, yeah. I just don't know how he can answer to me, but you know. But I guess you can just pass it on to him, and then you can give him, give him to type of your email and stuff.
Yeah, if your email is in Gmail, he can't, for some reason, communicate to people with a Gmail account.
Oh, well, I have another account. I have a yahoo.com. I don't know.
Okay, if you can, I'll send you his email address. I'll forward him your question, and I'll include his email address. It's order at fossilizedcustoms.com.
Oh, okay. Order at Fossilized Customs.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I can just send it right now and ask the same question as I asked you, or? Sure.
Just send it to him.
So order at
Fossilized, FOLIZZED, customs with an S.
Fossilizedcustoms.com. Okay. I think I maybe once sent it him, but I guess I didn't get the answer.
Well, if you sent Gmail, then he couldn't answer.
Oh, right. Okay. I get it now. Right. I think
Phyllis,
it's yahoo.com.
Are you able to send to Canada? Ship to Canada?
Not anymore. I used to.
No Mexico, nothing?
We used to ship to Canada when we quit shipping overseas, and then they caught us on that too, so we can't.
What is it? It's just an embargo law or something? Or?
Yeah, it's we have to have so much money in a deposited into an account, and then if we ship something and you don't pay the duty tax, they will just automatically take it out of my account without my permission.
Oh, wow.
So,
Oh, my aunt. Sorry. Yeah.
bless her heart.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I get it why he didn't really. I mean, why he couldn't answer. I was just asking about. I was just asking about. Like what type of font is he using for when he, wrote, or the
Oh,
DMV.
he's using that.
I've been trying to find it, but I mean, I can't really.
It's Paleo Bora or Bora. Maybe here, he might be able to. He's right. He's editing a video. That's. Let me see.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. But I'm just been trying to.
Okay, Draz is looking for the.
I don't think I can hear.
I didn't realize. I know when you said I couldn't hear him, I didn't realize I had my mic off.
Yeah, you did.
I had my mic off the whole time.
Yeah.
So just tell him you're going. It's Paleo Bora. What is it?
Tell him it's Paleo Bora.
Paleo Bora.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks, brother.
And I can also attach it to an email. Send me an email address that I can respond to.
Yahoo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Give him mine, Phyllis, if you will. Hey, Lou.
Hey.
Good to see you.
I'll no, Cato, he can't email you. You've got a Gmail. No, you've got Yahoo, don't you?
I got Yahoo.
Yeah. I also do have Yahoo. Yeah.
I got a Proton Mail if you need encryption.
Yeah.
No, he probably won't be able to get Proton Mail.
Proton Mail. Yeah, it's end-to-end encrypted.
Yeah.
Wow.
Neutrino email.
Neutrino?
Neutrino?
Faster than the speed of light.
Yeah. So cool.
Okay.
All right. Phyllis, I'll just go through you then, or
Yeah, just send it to me, and
okay.
And I'll. I'm used to.
Oh, I
that.
think I found it actually.
So no Google, huh?
You
Paleo
found it?
Bora Light. Oh, finally.
Yeah.
Finally, I found it. Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
I got one of my artworks. Do you see that eyeball on that site? Like it's like a plant growing an eyeball. Am I on the right page? Paleo Bora.
Oh, yeah, it's Paleo Bora. That's great. That's amazing.
Yeah. Paleo Bora. And that's the name of the website, or?
No, I mean it's actually.
Oh, right. Okay, here it is.
But actually, it's bethhashem.org. There you can find Paleo Bora.
Beth Hashem, that's what it was. Okay, cool.
And it's for Apple, Mac, Windows, Linux, Next, and soon.
There it is.
So there's different type of there's also like Greek and but yeah, there's Paleo Hebrew. That's great.
Yeah, and the Dalits are definitely triangles there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
some of them are drawing weird.
I think I will send him probably I'm actually going to just send him the question I sent to Phyllis, so I can.
He's not looking at his email right now, though, Draz.
Okay, yeah, it's okay.
He'll get to it though if you send it to him.
Yeah, but I have at yahoo.com, so I think he can probably answer to that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Gmail updated their security, and the host that he is using, there's a way, but he just hasn't figured out how to fix it so he can get Gmail. There's a way to do it, though.
So, is he blocked or?
Yeah, he gets blocked when he sends because it says he's not secure enough, so they block him. It bounces right back at him.
Y'all run a tight ship.
Not us. It's Gmail doing it.
Oh, their security's too. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Hmm. Well, when I first came into this walk, I had so many ideas for like the walk and how to spread the message. And as I'm going, I'm being slowed down, like here, there, like things are just distracting me, like trying to get at my spirit, you know, trying to like really hurt me. And
Oh boy, you should. Yeah, you should see the. Yeah, it happens to everybody that's trying to walk the right walk, and my son trying to record these scriptures. It's he's been attacked so bad.
Really,
Since he started. Oh yeah.
you sent me Adam's email, and I think I lost it. I'll get it through you from the email, I guess.
Okay.
Was that Adam?
Yeah, it's Adam. Hold on, I can give it to you.
Yeah. Has he gotten past the first 5, or?
He's on Eureka, and he's done up to 13.
Whew. That's great.
It's Adam White.
Oh, you could. I don't know if he wants you to say it out loud.
I don't think he cares.
Okay.
Adam White 369 at Gmail.
Gotcha.
Have you tried emailing Adam since you had? Because he's got a Gmail address.
369, right?
Yeah, it's 369.
I'll send him a shot right now.
Okay. Yeah, I told you to watch for your email. You said you never heard from you.
You know, my email. I've not checked my email in so long that I've got to just start chopping away at this, because email kind of overwhelms me, especially my Gmail. Like, I sign up for everything on it, and I don't know. I just got to sit down. Not today, but probably later tonight, and just start going through it. Adam is sent one, huh? I don't see one from there. He might have sent it to Yahoo. He might have sent it to the Yahoo mail.
I did. To you.
Okay. Oh, yeah. All right.
Maybe I did, or maybe I sent it to the Proton.
No, you got it
Okay,
to
so-
the. You got it to.
Yeah, sorry. So I sent him a question, and he will probably answer when he can.
So I didn't get the Adams. I think you sent it to me on the private chat one week, and I didn't copy and paste it. I just left.
So do you have it now?
I have it now. I'm gonna type it in right now. I'm gonna send him an email right now.
Okay.
Compose. Okay, here we go.
Well, I'm glad I hung around then, so I could get that information to you. I'm just here in my sewing room fiddling around.
Bam, sent. Shabbat shalom. Kinsley, what's your favorite verse in the whole book? You got one?
I can't think of one off the top of my head right now.
I like greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world.
That's a good one.
That's a solid.
Yeah.
I've had this like weight lifted off my chest like recently, just from like letting a lot of things go.
Yeah, that helps.
And I felt something like good returning instead. The weightier matters.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil.
23.
Thy goodness comfort me. Yeah, I love that one.
Hey, you know, when you go, for example, Jeremiah chapter 9, verse 13, this really came to mind. Wait, hold up.
29:13.
No, I mean Jeremiah. Hold up, Jeremiah. Hold up. For example, Jeremiah 9:13, because Yahuwah says, because they have forsaken my Torah, which I set before them, and have not obeyed my voice, nor walk according to it. Now, when you go to 2nd Esdras, it says the same thing. It says, for there be many that perish in this life, because they despise the Torah of Yahuwah that is set before them. So that's a confirmation, because Yahuwah says, because they have forsaken my Torah, which I set before them, and have not obeyed my voice, that they have walked according to the stubbornness of their own heart, after the bawling which their fathers had taught them. Therefore thus said Yahuwah Sabaoth, the Elohim of Israel, see, I am making this people eat wormwood, and I shall make them drink poisoned water. And I shall scatter them among the Gentiles, whom neither they nor their fathers have known, and I shall send a sword after them until I have consumed them. So that's really like what came to mind when I was reading 2nd Ezra chapter 7.
You got the book on you, like the physical, or are you reading off the phone?
Oh yeah, I have also the phone. You know, I have the Sefer app. So.
You ever go to Bible Hub?
Sefer Bible.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But you can also look it up in Google. For example, like 2nd Ezra chapter 7, verse 20 to 24. So that's kind of like what will happen because they have forsaken the Torah and His eternal covenant and all that, you know.
Defiled my Sabbaths.
Yeah, which is also like a reason why Yahuwah will burn the earth. That's Isaiah 24 and Malachi 4. So I do a lot of studying and
yeah, you do.
You know, trying to do the studies and to confirm by the prophets and the Torah.
Mm-hmm. Do you use like some sort of template, that like a search engine kind of thing, or you just all in your head?
I don't know. I just know, man. For example, like I just know. I just know stuff. They just come to me automatically. I don't know how. But...
That's written on your heart.
On
yeah,
oldest grandson's faith reminds me so much of Elijah when he was that age. He doesn't look like him that much, but he reminds me of him.
The prescribed customs of these people are worthless. For one cuts a tree from the forests, work for the hand of the craftsman with a cutting tool. They adorn it with silver and gold. They fasten it with nails, hammers, so that it does not topple. They are like a rounded post, and they do not speak. They have to be carried because they do not walk. Do not be afraid of them, for they do no evil. nor is it in them to do any good. Divorce Christmas. Oh, wow. Jeremiah 10:11.
Yeah. That's what we've been talking about.
Was it?
Yeah, we've been talking about your.
Hmm. Well, I guess I caught up. That was a rook.
Oh, you weren't here. You weren't here. I'm sorry.
Cool. But it's funny, I just popped up on that.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, one accord again.
Yep.
All right, I think I got to get something to eat. I just woke up and I'm like, I don't feel like fasting.
Okay.
If you guys are still here, I'll jump right back on. I'm sure I grub. But if not, have a blessed week. It's always good to see you.
You too, man.
Each and every one of you. It's always good to see your little logo, Draz. So
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to jump off here too.
Mark, you got a blessing for us? Oh, he's there.
Mark.
Yeah. I don't see him.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
We want a weekly blessing.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I will be blessed. And Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, this is how you bless the children of Yisrael. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yisrael, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch
haba
Hashem
b'shem
Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem.
Yahuwah.
There it is.
Baruch haba b'shem. I love you all.
I love you all.
Love you too,
Shalom.
guys.
Thank
Peace.
you.
Love you all deeply. Thank you.
Peace, joy, and love to everybody.
Enjoy your week.
Dream, beloved of Yahuwah.
Check your email, guys. See ya.
See ya.
Yep.